Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education for May 16th, 2023 at 4 p.m. and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the closed session portion of the agenda. At this time, I'd like to call for public comment on closed session items. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Okay. With that, I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. We could please have everyone take their seats, those of you who are able to find a seat so we can begin. Thank you. Welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:08 p.m. Thanks for your patience, and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Next, we are going to move to our Pledge of Allegiance, and my colleague, Ms. Jamerson, is going to tell you a little bit about, let's see, Ms. Shannon Tosh, who is joined by Mr. Mark Benson, principal of Laguna Creek High School. Would you like to approach the podium?
Good evening. Come on up so that we can read all these nice things about you in front of everyone. So, all right. Laguna Creek High School is honored to recognize Mrs. Shannon Tosh as our education partner. The Tosh family is an excellent example of the power of positive school and family partnerships. Shannon Tosh has supported Laguna Region schools for 16 years at John Earhart Elementary, Harriet Eddy Middle School, and Laguna Creek High School. Shannon has supported Laguna Region schools by serving on parent-teacher organizations, school site councils, and assisted with classroom support. Shannon also served on the International Baccalaureate Authorization Parent Committee, supporting the Laguna Region IB Middle Years Program authorization. Shannon has chaired the Laguna Creek Sober Grad Night event for the last 3 years. Shannon has served as team mom for our volleyball team for the last 6 years and supported our wrestling program. In addition, she has shared her musical talents by assisting our vocal ensemble and theater. Shannon and Dave's dedication, faith, and hard work as parents are evident in the character of their children. Laguna Creek High School is honored to have the Tosh family as part of the Cardinal family. And now if you could lead the pledge.
Please stand. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could stay right there for 1 second.
I do want to thank Mr. Benson for everything. And I want to. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, I'm going to share some information with you about public comment. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comment by the board will be limited to a total of 30 minutes designated for each public comment item, and it can be limited further. Public comments during regular board meetings may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel safe welcome, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate an individual's privilege of addressing the board. I will add that statements made by the public during public comment portions of our school board meeting do not necessarily reflect the views of our district, board, or administration. Public comments can be made by the public consistent with the First Amendment right to free speech and may include profanity, discriminatory statements, as well as some comments that are explicit in nature, which may be offensive or disturbing to some community members and inappropriate for children. Such comments are in no way condoned or supported by the district, board, or administration. Given the Brown Act and the First Amendment free speech legal mandates, the board bears no responsibility or liability for the content of public comments. Please be mindful that district students may be watching, and you are encouraged again to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel safe, welcome, and valued. With that, I will move to our first presentation and recognition, and these are our high school student representative reports. Today, we have representatives from Calvine, Cosumnes Oaks, and Sheldon High School joining us. I'm going to call on student representatives, and let's begin with Calvine High School.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Nancy Chairs Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I am Juliana Reyna, and this is Karime Nava. We are juniors at Calvine High School, and it is our pleasure to present an overview of our small but mighty school community.
We appreciate Calvine being a smaller school because it is easier to get to know the teachers, staff, and students. We know our administrators and counselor well and feel comfortable talking with them in more personal way. Mr. Court, our VP, is always in the quad and always joins in our conversations with us. Teachers encourage us to either go to college or help us to create a path in order to find a good job before we graduate.
At the end of each quarter, students are celebrated for their high academic achievements and perfect attendance. Throughout the school year, staff give out positive moments cards to recognize students who demonstrate our core values, which are to be considerate, be productive, and be responsible. Students are randomly selected for a weekly prize to acknowledge our hard work. This year, we introduced Makeup Mondays multiple times per quarter. Makeup Mondays offer students the chance to catch up on late work with extra help from teachers.
At Calvine, there are lots of opportunities to get involved in activities at school that will continue to be beneficial to us after we graduate. The IYT program is designed to increase the number of young men of color who attend and graduate from colleges and universities. It is the second year of our It is the second year for our two pathway programs. One of the pathways is the Informational Technology Support Specialist, which provides a certificate for a Google IT support specialist and cybersecurity skills. Calvine High School is one of 100 schools in the United States piloting the new program. Successful completion of certificate will prepare students to work in a professional IT team or continue studies at CRC. In addition, the Calvine High School Mechanical Systems Pathway, which is partnered with Velara Corporation, provides training on the installation and repair of HVAC, solar, and plumbing for residential and commercial buildings. Successful completion will result in an internship and possible employment with Valara.
Another way to get involved is through the Calvine activities team. They conduct get to know each other activities during the year to increase student engagement and connectivity to the school. They also plan semi-formal senior dinner on our campus every year. The event is spectacular and a fun time is had by everyone in attendance. This year's theme was Star and Moons. This lunch bunch meets in room 2 3 days per week for music, games, conversation. The Tabletop Games Club meets twice per week in room 5. Our Site Equity Council allows students to discuss ways of improving the school and ways to ensure that all students feel welcome.
A new addition to Calvine this year has been the peer-to-peer program, which is through the district's youth development office. Both Julie and I have been part of this class. During the fall semester, we held Red Ribbon Week, which provided important life lessons regarding the harm of substance abuse. The week also served as our Fall Spirit Week, which allowed students and staff to enjoy a number of activities and events. We had given presentations on the dangers of tobacco and vaping to 3 different elementary schools and to our own peers during our advocacy class. One of our peer-to-peer students started a Calvine Care Circle to meet once a week at lunch. This group provides a safe space for students to talk about what is going on in their lives and offers peer support. One of my favorite aspects of being in peer-to-peer has been being able to expand my public speaking skills and being able to speak up for what I want.
One of my personal favorite aspects of being in peer-to-peer has been presenting not only to elementary schools, but also to our peers. Some more highlights from our school year have been the variety of field trips we've been able to go on. A group of art students, including Karime and I, collaborated to create illustrations for a published story through the California Foundation of Agriculture in the classroom. We were able to be involved with Ag Day and tour our state capitol. We also attended a reception where we received a published copy of our illustrations. Calvine students have also visited and toured CRC and Sacramento State. Our most recent field trip, which 50 students attended, was to the Calaveras, Big Trees, and Moaning Caverns. Teachers at Calvine really care and show it in a variety of ways, either by being there for us to talk, help us with our work, or even having water or snacks for us just in case we didn't have anything to eat at home. Thanks to their support and the hard work of many students, Calvine High School has successfully graduated several students. To conclude, it has been an honor and a pleasure to present Calvine High School to you tonight. Board President Nancy Cherez Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos, please come visit us anytime so you can see for yourselves the great things we are doing at Calvine High School.
Thank you. Great job, Calvine. Next up, let's hear from Cosumnes Oaks.
All right. Good evening, Board President Cherez Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Tinsai Berhanu.
And I am Arya Shergill, and we are representing the Mighty Wolf Pack. Earlier this January, we had our annual art show exhibiting some of the fantastic pieces students made throughout the year. From watercolor paintings to ceramic sculptures, it's easy to say that the student artists definitely showed out.
During the month of February, our very own Black Student Union celebrated African and African American cultural clothing during the BSCU Fashion Show, which was held in the quad at both lunches.
In April, we held Discover CO, a week dedicated to celebrating culture and diversity on campus. performances by our Polynesian, Hakka, and K-pop clubs, as well as activities like the Vietnamese Student Association's trivia booth, were held throughout the week.
Our junior prom was a huge success. Students got to show out in their best attire at our masquerade ball held at the Sacramento Messianic Temple. It was our first indoor prom since COVID, and juniors enjoyed the dinner as well as the music.
Seniors didn't miss out on the fun as they attended their Old Hollywood Senior Ball in April. The Hutchins Street Square in Lodi was decked out in Hollywood glamour, and students were definitely dressed to the nines.
From April 24th to 28th, our school held a Spirit Week. To recap, the Spirit Days were Zoom Day, Anything But a Backpack, Wacky Wednesday, Rhyme Without Reason, and 90/Y2K Day.
This Thursday, our school will be highlighting our amazing seniors and their accomplishments during our senior awards night. We will also be having our senior barbecue and senior sunset on Friday to celebrate the end of our seniors' high school years and the beginning of their new journey.
Our Advanced Children's Theater program finished performances of their show Madagascar Junior, which they put for all EGUSD elementary school students who took field trips to our campus. The show was student choreographed and directed, and kids especially loved our rendition of I Like to Move It. Our spring musical Ranked, contrastingly prom by Wolfpack Performing Arts, shed light upon the detrimental effects of academic pressure on students' mental health, which a lot of students related to.
On May 12th, our annual Visual and Performing Arts Gala took place with incredible performances from vocal ensemble, band, theater, and our hype dance company. Throughout the night, seniors in our VAPA program received awards to commemorate their hard work and dedication to the arts.
Our student athletes had much to celebrate this season as well. Our boys tennis team recently won the Division I championship, and 15 of our track athletes qualified to compete in the upcoming Masters meet this Friday and Saturday. And with all that being said, it has been a great privilege and honor to personally have served as the student board rep for Cosumnes Oaks my junior and senior year for these past 2 years with Aria.
Thank you for your continued support. We look forward to highlighting our achievements in the coming year, and remember that the strength of the pack is the wolf.
And the strength of the pack, the wolf is the pack.
Have a wonderful evening.
Great job, Cosumnes Oaks. Let's hear next from Sheldon High School.
Good evening, Ms. Avalos, Board President Charis Espinoza, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Inderpreet Singh.
And my name is Osagi Ugbo.
And we're representing the student body of Sheldon High School. We have officially completed 1 year of in-person learning, meaning that Sheldon is once again up and running at full capacity.
Starting off with academics, on January 25th, ASB held our quarterly Renaissance Barbecue to recognize 1,500 students with a 3.0 and above GPA. This also accompanies other awards such as the Front of the Line Pass and academic waivers that are available through an app. Moving forward to February, academic awards were given to 680 students from all grade levels for having GPAs over 3.75. Such remarkable numbers show how much hard work and dedication that students and staff are putting into their education.
Continuing on to our student unity efforts. On February 24th of this year, we had our multicultural assembly where different Sheldon High School clubs and cultures put their cultural heritage together in a performance watched by all of our students. Sheldon High School is a very diverse school, so there was many performances that students appreciated and related to. Also, on the week of May 8th to May 12th, ASB held a Spirit Week for a Teacher Appreciation Week for our wonderful staff on our campus. Each day, students dressed up in a certain theme to thank teachers. For example, Tuesday was Tropical Day, so you could send your teachers on a vacay. ASB also gave teachers something extra to show how much they mean to us, like donuts on one day and catered lunch on the other. Sheldon High School students greatly appreciate our teachers and unified during this week to show so.
Moving on to athletics. From our last meeting, the winter season has come to an end and the spring season is almost ending. Starting off with winter, our men's basketball team was second in the Delta League with a record of 14-14. Our women's basketball team was really close to making it to the playoffs. For our wrestling team, they also had a great season. Cadence Vang, Noah Daniels, Caden Diamond, and Christina Belejos all made it to CIF state championships. Our men's soccer team made it to the second round of playoffs, which is a great accomplishment as well. Our women's soccer team had an amazing season with several seniors graduating at the end of the season. Moving on to the spring season, our track team has done way better than compared to previous years. Several runners have moved on to masters meet after competing in the SAC Joaquin Section Division I prelims and finals. Our softball team at this moment today are in the playoffs and is ready to take on the rest of the league. Finally, our swim team had a great season and is ready for another season to come.
Going on to activities, since our last meeting, our Blacklight Rally was held on March 24th, which is one of the most highly anticipated rallies of the year. Students enjoyed performances put on by band, cheer, and our Universal Rhythm Dance Company, and also participated in fun games put on by ASB. The Blacklight Dance was held the same night and was enjoyed by our students. A week later, our junior class held their junior prom on April 1st at the Sacramento Masonic Temple and had an amazing turnout with over 300 tickets sold. Following that, seniors held their senior ball at the Hyatt and had great attendance with over 500 tickets sold. It feels like we're finally getting back to normalcy with our school events. To conclude this season of activities, ASB held their goodbye rally to recognize student athletes and say goodbye to seniors with a video and giving them their yearbooks. Today, as you guys know, Sheldon does senior projects, which is a cumulative project of all seniors. They do something to help their community. So today was our showcase in which we showcase all of the projects that our seniors did throughout the year. In conclusion, distance learning has shut down Sheldon for so long, and Sheldon's been working hard to bring back the experiences that students miss. We're happy to complete an entire year of events and announce that Sheldon is back. Thank you, and remember, every day is a great day to be a Husky. Woo!
Great job, Huskies. Thank you. Before we dismiss the students, let's recognize the principals of these fine high schools. Do we have Toby Page, principal of Calvine High School? Juan Howdiggy, principal Cosumnes Oaks High School, also in the back. Miss Paula Duncan, principal Sheldon High School. Thank you, students, for your great reports. You may be dismissed. I hope you. Oh, you are not dismissed. Sorry, we've got so much going on today. Before we move on to the next item, so you have a few minutes to prepare. I neglected one thing in relation to public comment. So I believe this is at the chair's discretion, but I want to poll members to see if we are interested in going from 3 minutes to 2 minutes for public comment tonight, given the volume of comments that we already have. There's one item alone that already has over an hour. So given that we do have substantive things on the agenda, I'm trying to make sure that we can get to that while folks are still alert and awake. So thoughts and opinions in favor of going to 2 minutes?
No.
Let's just go down the line. Do you mind, Mr. Vargas? 2 minutes or 3 minutes? With going to 2? Okay. Yeah. With 2? Okay.
I prefer 3.
I'm fine with 2.
I'm okay with 3.
Okay. Is that 3 and 3? That was 3 and 3. Oh, good times. Well, there's 7 of us, friend.
There are only 6 voting board members. It is a technical vote, right?
Mhm. No, it's really advisory. Yeah.
Therefore, there are 3 yeses and 3 nos.
Right.
So the motion does not carry.
Well, I get a vote. Yeah, vote. Right?
You're number 6, right? We have 6 board members here tonight,
Mhm.
and you're going to be a yes for the 2 minutes, probably.
He's allowed to vote. It's
his is
just he can't be a
advisory.
tiebreaker.
Let her think for a second.
Yeah.
Had this discussion before. The people who have come to present to the board have a right to be heard. They shouldn't be cut off for any reason.
Okay, that's a lovely applause line. No one is suggesting that they should not be heard. I was just presenting an option that we have availed ourselves of earlier. I can go either way. So I guess we'll stick to 3. That's fine. Just wanted to clarify that before we start taking public comment. Let's see. So moving on to our next recognition of the 2022-23 Student Board Representatives. Mr. Schweitzer is going to kick it off. And colleagues, at one point, we're all going to go down. When we're ready. Now? You'd like us all down there, Mr. Schweitzer?
Please.
Okay, colleagues, we're being asked to join down.
All right. Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm Chad Schweitzer, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Education, along here tonight with Chris Saul, the actual boss, here tonight to recognize our amazing student board representatives. During the 2022-23 school year, the Board of Education has been apprised of academic, co-curricular activities, as well as special programs and events through the excellent, informative, and enthusiastic reports delivered by our student board representatives. This year, we also piloted regional board presentations from Monterey Trail, Florin High School, and Pleasant Grove regions. As board representatives, these students have spoken on behalf of their peers and their schools and have served as valuable liaisons between their classmates and school district administration. The board is asked to recognize the 2022-2023 representatives to the Board of Education. Let's clap it up. We have Arya Shergill from Cosumnes Oaks High School. Tensei Baranu, also from Cosumnes Oaks. From Florin High School, Lianglong Huang. Also from Florin High School, Hao Lam. We're going to stay up here. From Franklin High School, Sophia Wang. From Laguna Creek High School, Riley Cooper. From Monterey Trail, Min Tam Lung. Also from Monterey Trail, Shreya Prasad. From Pleasant Grove High School, Nicholas Theodorovich. We're not trying to confuse you. Also from Pleasant Grove, Christina Garcia. From Sheldon High School, Inderpreet Singh. From Valley High School, Asta Singh. How'd you get that one? Oh, yeah, Calvin, Juliana, right? Yeah. From Calvine High School, Juliana Reyna. Also from Calvine, Karimi Nava. From Elk Grove Charter, Brooklyn Gregory. Also from Elk Grove Charter, Ciara Riley. From Rio Casadero, Sakila Davis. And also from Rio Casadero, Renee Randall. Parents, if you want to come up and take pictures, you're welcome. Can we get one more round of applause for our student board representatives? And student board representatives, now you're dismissed. You can take it home. Is it okay just to?
Friends, if you're done with us, if you could quietly move towards the hallway, we would appreciate it. There are some folks who didn't get chairs. I know they would really love to be able to sit down. We are just pausing so that folks who are exiting the room can do so that we can proceed. Okay, let's proceed. Folks, if you've got conversations, could you please move them out to the hallway? Thank you. Our next item on our agenda is academic recognition of spring student athletes and coaches.
All right, thank you. Once again, good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman and Miss Avalos, Chad Schweitzer, Assistant Superintendent with Secondary Education. And I know Miss Brianna Smith-Pinkins is outside right there at the door, assisting with all of our athletes. Thank you to her for organizing tonight. This evening, I'm honored to present to you the spring team grade point average champions of the Elk Grove Unified School District. These student athletes not only excel in their athletic activity, but they are also outstanding students in the classroom. The following teams had the highest grade point average at their schools this fall. And at this time, I would like to introduce the coach and captains of all of our GPA champions. From Cosumnes Oaks High School, we have the men's tennis team coached by Chris Wall. And we have captains. And our captains tonight are Justin Ng and Brandon Gong. From Elk Grove High School, we also have men's tennis coached by Brian Benson. Our team GPA was 3.34, and the captains tonight are Wayne Cook and Andrew Nguyen. From Florin High School, we have co-ed tennis with a team GPA of 3.84, coached by Sophia Chan. And our captains tonight are Jason Bowie and Karina Ocampo. Next, we have Laguna Creek High School men's golf with a 3.83 GPA, coached by John Ursery. And tonight's captains are Charlie Golby and Eric DeVocht. And we'll pause for a picture if we can. Parents of these student athletes, if you want to come take a picture, you're welcome.
Nice work.
Another pause for a little transition.
Yeah. All right, I think we can continue on. Next up is Monterey Trail High School, the women's swim team with a GPA of 3.8, coached by Asia Bambuka. And tonight's captains are Mandy Pham and Naya Bambuka. Next, we have Pleasant Grove High School men's tennis with a GPA of 3.7, coached by Jeff Shin.
And tonight's captains are Ray Carmona and Aiden Vong. From Sheldon High School with a team GPA of 3.89, also men's tennis, coached by Norm Lynn. And tonight's captains are Trevor Sharp and Yasser Babir. And lastly, we have Valley High School continuing with the team of tennis with a team GPA of 3.7, Coach John Andorf. And tonight's captains are Dan Quat and Ryan Lee. And parents, once again, you're welcome to join us and take pictures.
You can come up in front of those tables. Yeah. Congratulations again. Yeah, congratulations.
All right.
Ready? Great. Our next item is a recognition of our 2022-23 Future Farmers of America student recognitions, which will be presented by Ms. Sue Hubbard, who will be joined by my colleague, Ms. Albiani.
All right. Good evening, President Chair Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Future Farmers of America, FFA, is a career technical student organization, also known as a CTSO, and it was founded in 1928 by a group of young farmers. The CTSO is an integral component of our agriculture and natural resource CTE pathways. The FFA organization is dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of students by developing their potential for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. FFA is not just for students who want to be production farmers. FFA also welcomes members who aspire to careers as teachers, doctors, scientists, business owners, and more. 4 of our high schools offer comprehensive ag programs with courses in pathways and agricultural business, mechanics, agricultural and animal science, forestry and natural resources, ornamental horticulture, plant and soil science. These students being acknowledged tonight have achieved at the highest level of competition in California, competing against students from over 300 FFA chapters throughout the state in categories such as public speaking, cooperative marketing, agri-science research projects. Many of these students and teams will be representing California in the National FFA Convention in Indianapolis in the fall. Recognition at this level requires a significant amount of time after school and on weekends from both the students, their agriculture advisors, for practice, participation, and competing and qualifying events. I'm here tonight to ask for recognition of Elk Grove Unified School District students who competed and won first place in the Future Farmers of America state competition this school year. And now I'd like to present students with their certificates of recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard.
I do have certificates. We're hidden. I scared you. All right, ready? All right, for outstanding team project and animal systems, we have Gianna Peterson and Jory Weeks. Power structure and technical systems, we have Madeline Fixdahl and Presley Clement. Environmental Science and Natural Resource Systems, we have Britt Shuleta and Maddie Marino. For Marketing Plan, we have Madison Mikado, Gracie Morrow, and Alyssa Nolan. And did we have Pleasant Grove here? Mike, did you see Pleasant Grove? Okay. And then we did have students from Pleasant Grove that were acknowledged too, but I'm not sure they're here tonight. We had vegetable crop proficiency. We had Katie Looper, water issues team. We had Abby Overton and water individual. And then as a team, we had Abby Overton, Abby Moraes, Joy Stewart, Victoria Babby, and Addison Lindy.
We have parents and supporters in the audience. You want to come up and take a picture? Please feel free to do so. And you don't get to leave us yet, Ms. Hubbard.
Not yet.
Next item is our student board member recommendation. I'd like to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We do not have any blue cards for this item.
You take it away, Ms. Hubbard.
Well, I'm here to present to you the committee's recommendation for the 2023-24 student board member. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the why. What is the rationale behind having a student board member? How? What was the process we used to elect the student board member? How we recommend the student board member to you, and then recommended action. One way to nurture democratic citizenship and develop future leaders is to engage students in the governing process of local school boards. As Harvey Firestone says, the growth and development of people is the highest calling of leadership. So what is the process? We go through an application process where the students submit it to their principals for approval. Each high school holds a school site election and moves forward one candidate. 6 of our comprehensive sites put forth a candidate this year. An interview committee was formed by the EGUSD school board members, and formal interviews were held at the district office. Each candidate was given up to 10 minutes to answer 3 predetermined questions. All students were given the same question, and no additional questions or comments were allowed. The selection committee reviewed the candidates' applications, and after the interviews, the committee selected the candidate for recommendation to the board. One thing that's really important as we do this is our 3rd year is a process review. And every year we learn something new about this. Since this is our 3rd time with our student board member elections and with the goal of constant improvement, we are actually meeting with all of the candidates from last year and our student board member and our candidates from this year and this student board member for a dinner on Thursday night to discuss the process and how we could make this even better. And now I'd be happy to say there was one candidate that interviewees would like to recommend to the board. And that is Isabella Segal. Isabella is a junior at Franklin High School. She demonstrates great pride in her community by volunteering at the Concordia Counseling Center, where she helps with website design and communications, making sure she's adding student voice to the organization. She also works at the American Cancer Society Discovery Shop. For her clubs and activities, she serves on the ASB as class president, club commissioner, and vice president for our Teens from Teen Club, which includes working with local nonprofits to increase underserved populations' access to clothing. Her awards, she's honor roll, principals list, and block F. And now Isabella, would you like to share with the board why you're interested in being a board member?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for this recommendation as the student board member. I'm looking forward to the possibility of collaborating with such a passionate and accomplished board. If given the opportunity to serve in this position, I hope to represent the collective voice of my fellow students, communicating their needs, concerns, and ideas. My work in my school and in the community has underscored that diversity and inclusivity are fundamental pillars of a prosperous educational institution. I will make it a priority to not only embrace, but to celebrate the diverse perspectives and backgrounds of our community. I believe that only together we can bridge the gap between students and administrators, crafting innovative solutions and prioritizing learning. Only together we can create a fulfilling educational journey for all, one that encourages empathy and growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now like to respectfully ask the board to give consideration for the approval of Isabella Segal as the third Elk Grove Unified Student School Board member.
Thank you.
I
Who is that?
wholeheartedly recommend Isabella as our next year's student board member.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pause for members of the subcommittee who did the work of reviewing and meeting all of the candidates. Was there anything that anyone wanted to add?
Oh, since I'm already on, yeah, we had a really, excuse me.
You want us to go to someone else and come back to?
I thought I turned it off. We had a very good group of students, which made the recommendation difficult. But Isabella excelled. She excelled in her responses to every questions. Her energy was definitely on display the entire time of the interview. She was confident, she was comfortable. And what was very important to me was the comments that she made with respect to the need to represent all the kids and what her plans were for doing that. And so by the time we were through, it was evident that she should be our next board representative.
Anybody else on the subcommittee? Go ahead, Ms. Jamerson.
We, as Mr. Fortuna said, we had a stellar group, and I was so impressed with the level of commitment to equity and inclusivity that all of the students brought forth. But Isabella really talked about solutions in terms of bringing people together and really got at the intentionality of equity and inclusivity. And as you can see, she's clearly articulate. I'm really excited to see what she's going to bring to this board. I know it's going to be outstanding.
Comments? Well, thank you. With that, I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommended student board member who will officially be seated on July 1, 2023.
I recommend Isabella as our next student board representative.
Moved and
I second.
thank you. Vote will be by acclamation. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That is approved unanimously. Congratulations. Our next item is going to be our resolution for LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have several public comments via this.
Okay, let's begin.
So the first public comment via this item is Julian Cunningham. Not on. Next, community member, Angel Ordonez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay. Good evening. My name's Angel Bernardino. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the trans advocate and student services specialist at the UC Davis LGBTQIA Resource Center. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Stonewall Foundation Board to support Resolution 3 to approve recognizing June 2023 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Elk Grove USD Board for considering this agenda item. The reason I joined the Sacramento Stonewall Foundation was to effect change in the lives of LGBTQ plus youth and folks in general. Every day I work with students who lack their parents' love and support, and that leaves them with little hope for the future. I'm tired of hearing about parents' failures to compassionately support the people they are supposed to guide. Every student, especially transgender and gender nonconforming student, should be affirmed. Our kids deserve a safe space to learn and grow without threats made against their existence. They deserve to experience joy and walk out their door without the fear that somebody is out to hurt them. Your vote would show Elk Grove USD's GSA's your commitment to LGBTQ plus kids' well-being. Let this be a big step in the right direction. I urge you to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next community member, next public comment. Debbie Cobble.
We're in public comment already.
Good evening. I didn't realize that would be the picture that you would have to look at. Madam Chair, Madam President, board members, thank you for the opportunity to address your board tonight about this resolution. As a resident of the district, I am here to urge the board to adopt the resolution recognizing June as Pride Month for the district. The resolution, I think, does a great job of making clear the significance of the proposed action to the district students and staff, as well as to the larger community. Now, unfortunately, more than ever, it's critical for our leaders to stand up for members of the LGBTQ plus community, particularly for trans and gender non-conforming students. They're under attack as they just try to live their lives. And it's hard enough, as you know better than I do, it's hard enough to be a young person. In our community, all should be respected and supported, which I know is a value of this district, which I treasure. Adopting this resolution is one way to further that. Thank you very much.
Next public comment is Brian Rickle.
Good evening. If I can be heard, I'll begin.
We're ready.
Can I be heard? Oh, thank you. Great. First off, I just want to address two groups of people tonight. First and foremost, the board. I want to thank you for taking up this resolution, and I offer my full support behind it. I'm not only a parent in the district, as you know, I am also the Dean of Arts, Media, and Entertainment at Cosumnes River College. When we all talk about equity, we have to do more than just talk about equity. We have to fund equity and we have to staff equity at our schools, which means we need LGBTQ plus centers on campuses. Often those are theaters, music rooms, and arts classrooms. And we have to fund those fully with educators that are there full time to support these students. To the students in this district who are members of this community or not sure if you are members of this community, I say to you tonight, please do not accept anything in your life but I love you, period, full stop. No, I love you, but no, I love you, but I'm not sure I can accept your lifestyle. This is not your lifestyle. This is your life. You are human beings. Existence matters. Representation matters. We just heard celebration of everything from sports to farmers. We can celebrate the members of this community in our schools, and we can do it safely. We started the evening tonight by saying that we are supposed to be here tonight to make you feel safe and valued. Passing this resolution tonight will make you feel valued. I promise that. And if you do not feel valued in your homes, you have been taught since you were children to find the helpers in the world to help you. Find the helpers if you cannot find them in your homes. Seek them out. You are welcome as students in my division, a division full of artists and love, and we are here to support you. We just raised $1,000 to buy a bunch of tools for the Valley High School theater program because we know that these are spaces where queer students show up to be seen and to be found and to find themselves. And I am very grateful to have the privilege as a middle-aged white cisgendered man to stand here tonight as a member of this community and please beg you to pass this resolution. Your students deserve the support, the community deserves the support, and we deserve all of you in our community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Next public comment, Adam Beckner.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
My name is Adam Beckner. I use he, him pronouns. I grew up in Elk Grove on Fiker Drive, a few houses down from the elementary school. 3 generations of my family have been teachers and administrators in the Elk Grove School District. And even I worked and taught at Franklin High School for a time. I went to school here during another time of extreme anti-queer rhetoric, and it is because of those experiences that I'm here to ask you to approve your LGBTQ plus Pride Month resolution. I attended Joseph Kerr and Franklin High School during the anti-queer fervor in the 2000s, when even a rumor that a teacher might be queer would lose them their EGUSD job. I was lucky enough to have queer friends in school, despite the protests against their existence and attempts to deny them of their civil rights. And I will never forget the pain and abuse that they suffer daily for being who they are. For those of us who remember Prop 8 and the hate marches, all of this recent anti-trans rhetoric looks very familiar. I will never forget seeing conservative parents sitting in their car and directing their young children in their nicest Sunday clothes to stand on the corner of Bruceville and Laguna, waving signs that the children clearly did not understand and smiling while calling for the oppression and erasure of my friends and family. I will also never forget holding my best friend as he cried into my lap because his boyfriend's parents had just found out that their son was gay and they were going to hurt him for it. I am only 34, so high school wasn't a long time ago. And when I came to eventually teach a small theater class at Franklin, I had a queer student who told me that because of the environment of acceptance and support that they found in their class, they no longer thought about killing themselves. And I will also never forget how every single student in the room nodded their head because they had all shared the same sentiment. Please never forget that when we are talking about creating accepting environments where students feel representative and affirmed, we are talking about saving children's lives. I want to implore the school district to have the courage now to do what it would not then, and to stand up against those whose desperation to maintain their comfortable supremacy compels them to try to ban books when they can no longer burn them, and erase people that they can no longer force to erase themselves. Please approve this resolution. Drafting it was a big first step towards building a world that our children will thank us for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Trisha Velasquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
All right. Good evening. My name is Trisha Velasquez. I use she and her pronouns. I grew up in Sacramento, but I have many friends and loved ones who attended school in Elk Grove. Most of them are part of the LGBT community and have had to endure bullying, mistreatment, and more from those around them simply for being who they are. In this time of violent anti-trans actions and legislation, it is imperative for everyone to do what they can to protect trans and all queer people. And I thank the school board for creating this resolution and fully support it, and I urge you to approve it today. To some, this may not seem like a big deal, but for so many kids, it can literally mean the difference between life and death, to be in a space where they're supported and accepted. And I can only imagine how something like this would have benefited the people I love if this had been in place when we were in school a little over a decade ago. This is the first step in addressing harm that has been allowed to happen for far too long, and I hope the district continues to put the well-being of students first and provide affirming curriculum and resources, and do not ever feel pressured to cater to the sometimes loud voices of a small minority of people who for some reason think it's okay to bully children for being different than they are. Thank you again.
Next public comments, Emily Ottenreith.
Hi, I am here as a parent, community member, and owner of an inclusive bookstore cafe here in Elk Grove, where we have founded our business because there is such a need for safety. I'm speaking to thank you for this resolution recognizing June as Pride Month in Elk Grove Unified and your specific inclusion of trans and non-binary students in this year's resolution. This resolution specifically recognizes both of the core reasons that Pride must be celebrated. On the one hand, queer students continue to face bullying and discrimination based on their identities. As a city that is no place for hate and a school district that defines its schools as safe zones, we must boldly face identity-based bullying head on. This resolution is an important part of creating a safe and inclusive environment for everyone. On the other hand, you affirm that LGBTQ individuals bring talent, creativity, and positive impact to our communities. And I want to thank you for including that in this resolution. We're up against a lot of hate from fringe extremists who do not represent mainstream parents and families. These extremists want to derail the conversation with hate and fear, and we will not accept that for our children and our queer community. Pride is about joy. Pride is about celebrating and affirming our valid, beautiful rainbow identities. Pride is for everyone, and our doors are open to all who want to celebrate with us. Change is possible. Even those who grew up believing we are invalid, as I was raised, are welcome to open their hearts and minds to who we are and the truth of our humanity and join in our joyful celebration of all that is possible when we accept each other and make room at the table. This Pride Month, I hope that the diverse students and families of EGUSD can feel true joy everywhere they go, including in their schools. Thank you again for helping to make this possible.
This is the last public comment for this item.
Thank you.
Esmeralda Cabrera.
Hi, just trying to get situated here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Esmeralda Cabrera. I live here in Elk Grove and I'm a parent of a student in EGUSD. Thank you for putting forth this resolution. I urge you to pass it as it honors the contributions of the LGBTQ plus leaders of the past, present, and those still to come who are forming in our schools. We cannot let a politics of fear and intimidation take precedence over environments of acceptance and compassion. And I believe this resolution reflects the values of a community who embrace diversity as strength. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I neglected to give our incoming student board member an opportunity to get a photo to capture the moment. So please bear with us. We're going to pause to do that, and then we're going to continue public comment on this item. Thank you for bearing with us. So we will continue with public comment on this resolution. Ms. Jamerson, do we have blue cards on this item?
Yes, we have blue cards on this item.
Take it away.
First, we have Shawnee Jones. followed by Lara Feliciano. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing.
And for those of you who are new to this room and to our process, the reason we give you, go ahead, come on up. The reason we give more than one name is so you can start making your way up to the front of the room. I know we're really crowded today, so it's really helpful if the next person is standing over here by the side of the dais and ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. My name is Shawnee Guzman Jones. My pronouns are she, her. I am a parent. I have 3 students who started off at Olythe Donner Elementary and made their way through Pinkerton and Cosumnes Oaks High. And I am very appreciative of all of their opportunities with public education here in the Elk Grove School District. Everyone's been talking tonight about how important it is for the LGBTQ student identities to be valued in the classrooms, and I agree. But another very important point I would like to make is that by not acknowledging their value, we do a lot of harm. And the importance of making a resolution as the one that you are all proposing is that it also serves to combat erasure. Minority communities and communities who have historically been marginalized in our country and in our classrooms must fight to ensure their identities are acknowledged and their histories are not erased, sanitized, or whitewashed. LGBTQ people have existed for as long as human beings have walked this planet. Hundreds of cultures around the world, including the cultures of the original inhabitants of this continent and the land on which we are all currently standing, have honored and celebrated individuals who exist outside of the 2 gender binary. It wasn't until European colonists set foot on this continent that religious bigotry, cultural assimilation, and erasure were forced upon our lands, and Western oppressive religious gender norms were imposed. The Elk Grove Unified School District should be applauded for working to ensure that all students feel safe, seen, and are postured to succeed. People who oppose the district making this positive, affirming, and humanely decent statement in support of our students should be reminded that students have a right to be free from discrimination or harassment based on religious views. Those people should also be reminded that we are standing on native land and we are no longer forced by tools of colonization to adhere to harmful, oppressive, and redefining culture, customs, identities, values, or norms. We are reclaiming inclusion, humanizing marginalized people, and embracing the diversity of the natural world. Thank you.
Okay, I have Laura Feliciano and followed by Britt.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Laura Feliciano. My pronouns are she, her. I am a product of this school district, taught in this school district, was an admin here, and now lead the youth development office, but always going to be a teacher at heart. And so actually what I want to share today are some historical facts to celebrate as we go into Pride Month and some other facts regarding LGBTQ plus students. I'm here to represent their rights, their safety, their well-being, not just during Pride Month, but every single day. The first thing I'd like to share is about AB 1266 with info I sourced from the California Department of Education. AB 1266 is also known as the School Success and Opportunity Act. It was approved in 2013 and ensures that students can participate in the programs and activities at school that align with their gender identity, and that they can use the facilities that are consistent with their gender identity. Students have this right regardless of what gender may be listed in their official records. AB 1266 reinforces prior California non-discrimination laws and adds to those the protection of student privacy and their right to participate in sex-segregated programs and use sex-segregated facilities. It's an important step in affirming safe and inclusive schools regardless of one's gender identity. Another thing actually I want to share is about gender identity and gender. And this part is sourced from Anti-Defamation League. Gender is a set of social rules or expectations about how one should act or look. Sometimes individuals develop gender identities that don't align with these social expectations. It's also important to note that the dominant Western culture defines gender as a binary, only men and women. Many other cultures around the world have more fluid understandings of gender. Gender identity is a person's internal sense of who they are. It's not defined by anyone else, and sometimes someone's gender identity may not match their sex assigned at birth. Gender identity is also different from sexual orientation. Someone's sexual orientation is about who they are attracted to, whereas gender identity is about who they are inside. In many of the same ways that we work to affirm all identities, such as race, ethnicity, religion, we should also work toward affirming the spectrum of gender identities represented among our diverse EGUSD students. And I'm rushed to this part, but I definitely want to give props to GSA clubs. And this part is sourced from GLSEN. GSA, or Genders and Sexualities Alliance, formerly known as Gay Straight Alliance, are clubs at our secondary campuses designed to provide spaces at school where LGBTQ+ students can feel safe and affirmed. And be it known, Youth Development Office supports our GSA clubs through grants that we have worked to obtain. The elementary version of these clubs is often called Rainbow Clubs. GLSEN's nationwide research on the impact of GSA clubs shows that they have a positive impact on the experiences of LGBTQ+ students and help to reduce some of the hostile school climate that they may face. And I hope you support GSA clubs too.
Okay, we have Britt, followed by Laura Delight.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brittany. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm here to talk about supporting the LGBTQ Pride Month in June. I have the privilege of working alongside LGBTQ+ identifying students, staff, and community every day. And if you think that they aren't in this room and every room in EGUSD spaces, please think again. I also have the privilege of working with a dedicated group of LGBTQ+ youth advocates in the district who have shared their sentiments with me about why Pride should be recognized, not just in June, but every day. Here are a few of their statements. Pride means you shouldn't be afraid of who you are and who you want to be, even if there is someone who is holding you back from that. Pride is a feeling of pure joy, a feeling of being able to express yourself in a way that you could never do before. Pride is about being confident with who you are, who you love, and not letting outside voices put you down. Pride is about being able to appreciate who I am and makes me feel accepted and loved. It gives me confidence to be me and gives me the freedom to express myself. For me, pride is about taking action and demanding change. I stand with and for my students and colleagues who feel unsafe or uncomfortable and attending meetings like the one today because their right to exist is a threat to some folks. Finally, I leave you all with this, that a friendly reminder that you don't need to fully understand the nuances of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation for that matter, to know that each individual person knows who they are better than anyone ever will. Maybe it's time that we just let people be who they want to be.
Thank you. We have Laura Delight, followed by Kaylin Anderson.
Good evening. I want to start tonight with a deep breath. Please feel free to join me. Thank you. My name is Laura. I'm not only a product of this district, but I'm a proud educator. I also happen to be queer. Look, I can stand here and speak about why affirmative and safe educational settings are life-affirming or life-saving, excuse me. I could enumerate statistics about how even one supportive adult can change an LGBT youth's entire reality. I can recall both great and terrible experiences of my own time as a closeted student in this district. But we know these things and my stories aren't unique. I instead would like to address the kids like I was, LGBT and navigating life in Elk Grove. Hello, lovely humans. I want to remind you that you are worthy, you are loved, you are seen, you are valued. All of that is true all the time, especially when it feels like you aren't. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Your district continues to make a concerted effort to grow into a place that is safe. I know we still have progress to make, but you have my word that we have your back. To the detractors trying to take our district back, your hate and your fear will not flourish here. Our students are protected for who they are. They have gender support plans. They have over 21 GSAs, including all of our secondary schools. They have curriculum that reflects their identities. The best part, y'all can't change it. Not with accusations, not with snide comments, and not with intimidation. These are legal and systemic protections for our kids and our staff. Thank you to Elk Grove Unified for honoring those protections. We aren't perfect, but we are getting better every day.
I have Kaylin, followed by Joan Guzman.
Hello, my name is Kaylin Anderson. I'm a 9th grade student and I currently attend Sheldon. So basically, I just wanted to come out here and say that everybody should support one another and nobody should feel excluded. I am here to come out as bisexual, and I hope that everyone here will be very supportive of me and will surround me with love and passion. I just want to say thank you for this resolution, and I hope it passes. Thank you very much.
I have Joan, followed by Teresa Wenzel. Sorry, Therese Wenzel. Go ahead.
Members of the board, I'm Joan Guzman, a resident of Elk Grove for over 20 years. I have 8 grandkids, 6 of whom have attended Elk Grove schools, or are currently attending, or are going to attend in the near future. I'm here to thank you for supporting the LGBTQ+ students. I'm proud to live in a community and within the boundaries of a school district that ensures that all students feel safe and respected in their environment and feel free to express themselves without fear of discrimination, harassment, or bullying. I am proud that the Elk Grove Unified School District stands against discrimination based on sexual orientation and provides resources for LGBTQ+ students, such as safe spaces, student organizations, and access to counselors and mentors. I want you to continue ensuring that the LGBTQ+ students are not excluded from many school activities, that they are given equal access to athletics, clubs, and other extracurricular activities, and that they are represented in the school's curriculum. I chose to live in Elk Grove partly and primarily because of its excellent schools. I fear that this will not be the case in many school districts in America going forward unless each district counters the Christian white nationalist ideas that are infiltrating our political and cultural discourse and threatening public education with poisonous, lethal results. We need to fight anyone seeking to downplay the contributions of Black Americans, immigrant communities, religious minorities, Indigenous groups, and all others, including members of the LGBTQ+ community. We need to counter attacks on curriculum, like AP African American history courses. We need to fight the banning of books and the denigration of teachers. I want the Elk Grove Unified School District to continue fulfilling its mission in providing a quality education to all students and creating an environment that's free from discrimination. If I want my kids and their kids to live in a school district with no diversity programs, a district that bans books and distorts or even erases history, that indoctrinates young minds, and white Christian nationalist beliefs are advanced by their religious right, I would move to Florida. I am very proud that Elk Grove is not Florida. We're better than that. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay, I have Therese, followed by Kenneth Carlson.
Good evening. 2 grandmas in a row.
I'm afraid she's much more well-spoken than I am, though. My daughters grew up attending Elk Grove schools, and now I have grandsons that are almost through the EGUSD system. But I want to speak for the students that may not have anyone to champion who they are. In my past, I have lost two people that I cared about to suicide, years apart and in different circumstances. But the thing they had in common was a feeling that they had to hide who they were at their core. They both pretended to be the person their families expected. I've wondered if they had grown up knowing that they belonged in the community just as they were, would they still be alive to pursue a happy, fulfilling destiny? I am respectfully asking the board to not only acknowledge and recognize Pride Month, but to let schools be a safe place for students to read books and participate in activities that let them see that everyone belongs. And don't forget, banning books has never been on the correct side of history. Teach and show that what a person reads or who a person loves or the clothes they wear and how they express themselves as individuals is to be respected. Education and exposure to all differences is how we combat irrational fear. You have the ability to save lives. Our schools and our city cannot buckle to narrow definitions and extremism. And we will not be Florida.
Okay, I have Kenneth, followed by Ron Owens.
Good evening. Chairperson Chair Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. My name is Kenny Carlson. I'm an Elk Grove resident, husband, father to school-age children, and a proud parent of a member of the LGBTQ plus community. I've come tonight to ask you to vote to approve the resolution to recognize June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. By voting yes, you tell the citizens of Elk Grove that you stand with the LGBTQ plus community. You show your dedication to making our schools a safe place, free from bullying and discrimination. You announce that you care for and will support the mental well-being of all of the children, regardless of their gender identity and sexual orientation. By voting yes, you continue to protect First Amendment rights of our youth by supporting their right to not express themselves, to be themselves, by wearing the clothing they want, using the pronouns they choose, allowing them to join groups to support each other, and to have access to books and media that share their stories and their truth. By voting yes, you stand up to those that continue to uphold the message of hate and division in our community. And you affirm that our children, whoever they are, deserve love, respect, and protection. Vote yes, because you would support more than a single month of recognition. You would send a message that the Elk Grove Unified School District here forward takes a stand to remain truly unified. Vote yes, because if you don't, you send an even louder message. If you vote no, you would side with fear, hate, ignorance. You would allow people to continue to push their religious dogma into public schools where it doesn't belong. You would say to Elk Grove that you stand against the LGBTQ plus community and that you will protect only some, not all of the children of Elk Grove. Please show us how much you care for all of your students in our community and vote yes to recognize June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Thank you.
I have Ron Owens, followed by Amanda Scott.
Camille from Oregon transitioned from female to male in her late 20s. Camille said, "Where my breasts are hollow. I can never get them back. I can never breastfeed." Camille asked, "Who will love me?" Camille regrets transitioning. Alex from the United Kingdom transitioned from female to male in her 40s. Alex had hormone treatment, hysterectomy, removal of vagina and ovaries. Alex underwent a procedure which created for her a prosthetic penis. Alex regrets transitioning. Walt from California transitioned from male to female in his 40s. Walt had genital reconfiguration, received breast implants, and underwent other feminization procedures. Walt regrets transitioning. What caused him to question their genders? What happened to them that made them want to butcher their bodies? Walt's grandmother cross-dressed him beginning at 4 years old. Alex was sexually abused as a child. Camille had a history of mental abuse. Did you hear what else Camille, Alex, and Walt had in common when they transitioned? In spite of the trauma adults inflicted on them as children, they all transitioned as adults. There were no drag queen performances performed in front of these children at school assemblies. There were no curricular nor library materials instructing these children how to sexually gratify themselves by inserting physiological appendages and inserting artificial objects in each other's orifices. There were no school district resolutions which would have ignored their physical suffering, ignored their psychological suffering, ignored their depression or their anxiety. And there were certainly no school district resolutions proclaiming pride over children's pain. Just like bad things happened to Walt, Alex, and Camille when they were children, what bad things happen or are happening to children in the Elk Grove Unified School District? I will submit a California Public Records Act request asking questions. I urge you to vote no.
Your time is up. Amanda? We have Amanda Scott, followed by Courtney, Arizona. We have Amanda? Oh, okay. Courtney? Followed by Brandon Morgan.
Hi. I'll be talking about special ed later. I'm here as an ally. This is really amazing tonight. I'm really touched after the last several meetings we've had. I wanted to speak specifically on the book banning that's going on, the conversations about it, the books that are getting pulled. You know, in the library world, we think of books as windows and mirrors and sliding glass doors. That's the analogy that we give. There's a quote: "When children cannot find themselves reflected in the books they read, or when the images they see are distorted, negative, or laughable, they learn a powerful lesson about how they are devalued in the society of which they are a part." That is by Rudine and Sims Bishop. And that was all the way back in 1990. So why are we still here talking about this? We know that we have a very diverse community, and this is a culture. We need to make sure that we continue to provide books to our children. They need to be able to see themselves in a book. To one kiddo, it will make all the difference in the whole world. And to all the other kiddos, it will teach them to be empathetic humans. Thank you.
Brandon, followed by Tiffany Woods.
Oh, this is all the way up. Okay. Well, I want to thank you guys for your consideration of Pride Month as a resolution and your unwavering support of our LGBTQ plus youth. You know, one of the biggest impacts on a child's life is knowing that they're recognized and supported. For our LGBTQ plus youth, study after study shows that if there is not recognition and support, there's a high level of psychological distress that can lead to suicidal ideation and attempts. Those studies go on to show that it only takes one supporting adult in their life to reduce that distress. For kids who do not have that support at home, recognition by their school and resources being provided by the district makes such a huge difference and saves lives. That's why this resolution matters so much. I'd like to also specifically thank this district for your support of our transgender students. As of the past few years, these kids have been used as a political football to excite political bases and bolster political power. This has caused overwhelming distress for kids who just want to live their lives as who they are. With all the talk of protecting kids by denying them their identity, they choose to ignore actual harm they're causing, as the ongoing victimization of transgender youth puts them at 4 times higher risk for suicide. But again, studies show that it takes one adult accepting them for who they are to reduce the odds of suicide attempts by 1/3. And if it's by a family member, it's by nearly half. Having supportive communities matter. It's also important to note that we should be talking openly and honestly about gender identity and sexual orientation with our kids if we want to protect them. They need to know that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer people, and everyone else on the spectrum of that exist. They're loved and they're accepted. Because if they don't, they are at a much higher risk of ongoing sexual abuse, as the shame and stigma will prevent them from disclosing when sexual abuse happens because they fear it may out them to their parents or other ones who would not accept them. So I thank you for adopting a sex ed curriculum that begins this conversation, but there's so much more work to do. Continuing to support Pride Month and policies that support and recognize our LGBTQ plus youth is so very important. It protects our kids. It keeps them alive. It also creates a stronger, more diverse population of amazing and wonderful kids in our schools who see each other with dignity and respect instead of hate and bigotry. Thank you.
I have Tiffany, followed by Mark Spots.
Good evening, everyone. Superintendent, Chair, board members. I speak in support as a parent of 3 teenagers that are thriving in the Elk Grove School District. 2 high school, 1 middle school, 1 getting ready to go into middle school. I may have 3 teenagers, so we know that struggle is real as a parent, and we better be home studying it right now for finals. I rise in support wholeheartedly. I applaud you for this resolution. I applaud the transgender conforming, genderqueer, diverse, expansive students inclusion. I echo everything that everybody has said. I'm not going to sit here and take up 3 minutes of your time to repeat, but what we do know is that our children thrive with unconditional love. My children are thriving because of their friends. They want their friends, all of their peer leaders to thrive. They are part of the LGBTQ fabric in the school district. We love them unconditionally. We're a 2-parent family, 2 moms, and we're going to continue supporting. You're going to continue to be inclusive. We're going to be here supporting this resolution and all the other future inclusive policies that you're going to be doing. And one last thing, hate, homophobia, anti-LGBT animus, and transphobia have no place in society, and especially not in our school districts. Have a good evening.
Okay, I have Mark, followed by Sarah Street.
Madam President, Superintendent Hoffman, and esteemed board, good evening. As a 26-year veteran teacher in our district, an alumni of EGUSD schools, an Elk Grove resident, and a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community, I'm here to speak in support of Pride Month resolution and in recognition of our transgender community and students. I'm also against the harmful practice of banning books. Growing up as a gay student in Elk Grove schools during the 70s and 80s, I never saw myself represented in anything at school. I didn't feel a part of and never saw myself reflected in any books. I grew up feeling ashamed of who I was and excluded from my community. I would have loved to have known my school district valued me and included my representation in books and curriculum. I would have liked to have been seen and heard. When certain groups of people are silenced or marginalized through censorship, it sends a harmful message to our students about who is and isn't valued and accepted in our community. Banning books as a form of censorship can have serious negative effects on our students. It limits our children's freedom to read and explore new ideas, stifles their curiosity and critical thinking skills, and ultimately damages their education. It's important for us, especially as educators, to create supportive and inclusive environments for all of our students, including those who identify as LGBTQ+. Unfortunately, many of these youth face harassment, bullying, and discrimination in and outside of school, even in school board meetings. This can have major negative impacts on their mental health and well-being, and can even lead to higher rates of suicide and self-harm. By adopting a Pride resolution, we can send an important message to our students that we care about their well-being, that they're an important and valued part of our community. And again, I'm asking you as a teacher, member of the community, uncle to a gay niece who's married to a trans man, and as a proud member of the LGBTQ+ community, that you join me in support of this Pride resolution and against book banning. I want to say the last board meeting, my own sister was up here reading Bible verses and telling you that you were on notice. I'm here to tell you you're on notice that she does not speak for my family or much of hers. A lot of bear shirts here, and I would like to know, people to know, the best way to scare off bears is to make a lot of noise. Thank you.
We have Sarah, followed by Carly Brannon. Apologies.
Hi, I am Sarah Street. My pronouns are she, her, and I work as a youth minister over at St. John's Lutheran Church in Sacramento. And I have the pleasure of having a number of Elk Grove families in our community. And I'm speaking in affirmation of Pride Month. And I hope that you have heard the wonderful words of those who have spoken in support of this. Having an affirming environment, even just one of you've heard the statistics, can greatly enhance the experience for youth and their mental health. We are, by providing this space, by affirming them in your community, you are saying to them you belong and that school is a safe place for you. This is not necessarily true in every single family or in every single church or in every single space that these kids walk into. And so allowing for a space that is affirming in their educational environment is primarily important. I urge you to adopt this resolution. Thank you so much.
We have Carly, followed by Rowan Reinhardt. Sorry.
Hi there, my name is Carly Brannon. My pronouns are they, them. I am queer in both my gender identity and my sexual and romantic preferences. So I kind of fall under the whole umbrella of LGBTQ+. I wanted to express gratitude for this resolution. It's so important, like everybody else has said, for the mental health and just overall well-being of our queer and trans youth. I think it's really strange that the group that is saying that they're here in the name of the Lord or whatever are like handing out pornographic material to youth and coming up here and giving very graphic descriptions of things that should not be discussed in front of children. And I wanted to address some of the things that somebody said previously. It's incredibly disingenuous to come up here and talk about detransition because only 1 to maybe 3% of transgender people who have transitioned have then detransitioned. And not only speaking about that, if you break that down further, only 5% of that 1 to 3% of people who have detransitioned have done so because they were unhappy with their transition. The rest of them detransitioned because of the lack of support, because of the incredible violence that they face, the discrimination, because they feared for their lives, because they did not have support. So I think that it's really important to have holistic conversations about these things rather than just picking and choosing and using speaking points that are not really based in reality. So I, again, thank you so much for supporting our queer youth. And I urge you to adopt this resolution.
Thank you.
I have Rowan, followed by Amaranta, Sarah.
Just before you begin, I want to remind the audience that we don't interfere with the ability of folks to participate in public comment. So let's please give the respect that we all want when it's our turn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Rowan Reinhart. I use they, them pronouns. I am non-binary and trans. I know people who have gone to the schools in your district. I know a kid that's in your school right now. And I have supported trans and queer youth in your district. So I just want to say that first off, and also point out that this in and of itself is a debate that is harmful to the kids just hearing this. I'm harmed right now. This is painful to go through. And I just want to point that out because the kids that are listening or the kids that are experiencing this are harmed right now just by this debate. So having you all have this Pride Month happen, I know it has to be on this agenda and I know that we have to have people talking on it. You're saving lives and you're showing people like me who didn't have that representation and the kids in your community that you're there despite all this opposition and you're reducing that harm just a little bit that we're experiencing, even from this experience. Do you know what I'm saying? And I just want to point that out. It's very painful to have our lives debated and to be shut down and to be, you know, unsupported. So I'm here to just represent. I'm trans, I'm non-binary, and I support this. It's Pride Month. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. And all the youths that are queer, trans, non-binary in this district, I support you. I love you. You're seen. You have support. So go to those people that support you because they're here and your district obviously supports you. I'm not worried about those people because it's already done. Pride Month's already here. Let's be real. Y'all are going to vote for it. So I'm not worried about that, but I am worried about the continued debating of this issue and the harm that it's having on trans and queer youth currently, because we shouldn't be debated. We should just be allowed to exist. Thank you.
I have Amaranta, followed by Rick Atkinson. Please correct me if I'm not pronouncing that right.
Very, very close. My name is Amaranta. I also go by Ama, and I use they, them pronouns. I am currently working at the Transgender Law Center as the finance manager, and I also volunteer as the board treasurer for the Stonewall Foundation of Greater Sacramento. I am a former employee of the Gender Health Center in downtown Sacramento and a former student of Elk Grove Unified. I'm also the oldest child of Amelina Mendoza. Her name may be familiar to the board. She has spoken here past few weeks, just to be transparent. And I would like to take this time to highlight my lived experience as a young queer person who was raised by a conservative Catholic family here in Elk Grove. There were a lot of things that my family did right, like teaching me about body autonomy as a child and that my body should be respected, encouraging me to dream big and work hard to reach those dreams. And there wasn't a single talent show or dance recital where my mom would be found cheering me on in the background, backstage in the audience. She was there. And I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Breath.
I can't say from my own experience what it's like to be a parent. I don't have kids of my own. But I can say, as the now adult child of conservative parents, there are things that I really wish had been different for me growing up. I wish that I was given comprehensive sex education in my teens, because I didn't, and not only did that leave me confused and in the dark about my own sexuality for years, it also resulted in situations that were harmful and dangerous for me because I just didn't know better, and I didn't think that I had any adults I could trust to talk about it. I also never had access to positive queer representation growing up, and in fact, queerness was something not to be celebrated, but something to be hidden or vilified or shamed or ignored. This was also harmful to me, especially in regards to my mental health, and I've spent years learning to love and celebrate who I am and who and how I love, which I think is pretty great if I say so myself. So I just want to let the board know that I commend the work you are doing to educate and support all of our students and all of our youth, especially queer and trans students. I stand by this statement, recommendation, whatever. Pride Month exists. Y'all are just saying, yeah, we agree it exists. I support your continued improvement of the comprehensive sex education in our schools. Thank you.
We have Rick Atkinson, followed by Eve Bonis.
My name is Rick Atkinson. Man, everybody's talking about the harm it's going to cause kids and to not support them. And, you know, you support your kid and you not cause harm to them by giving them clear guidance. Like, these are minors, elementary school kids. They can't house themselves. They can't feed themselves. They can't clothe themselves. They can't make these types of decisions that adults make. They're a minor. That's why they're not allowed to make, they're not allowed to vote. They're not allowed to, you know, enlist in the military, all that stupid stuff. And I call upon the power and authority of the name of Jesus Christ. And he has all power and authority. He loves everyone. And this is out of Genesis 1, verse 27 says, so God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. And I tell you, if my kid came and told me he was a bunny rabbit, I would do him harm if I acknowledged that stupid shit.
We don't allow profanity.
I'm just so upset. I object to this. My Melrose taxes pay for the school, pay for the light board, and superintendent. And good for you, Marcus Vargas. You got the whole 2% LGBT community cut out here. You know, if every single kid is at grade level of math, English, and science, which they probably aren't, this only confuses kids, and it's confusing enough to be a kid. What business do you have including anything else? We're going to include everything. I've been to a lot of these meetings. Oh, let's have this day, that day. Every day is a certain day. 365 days a year, we're celebrating something. But there needs to be a focus on math, English, and science. And I promise you, I'll teach my kid the rest. Okay? And this is another promise. The people who voted for the comprehensive sex ed health education will not see another term. I will do everything in my legal power to make sure of that. I'm just so disgusted.
Okay, I have Eve Banas, followed by Sarah Wingard.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eve Banas. I use they and she pronouns. And I'm the advocacy and training lead at the Sacramento LGBT Community Center. I am so excited to be here alongside so many fellow queer and trans folks tonight. I'm really glad we all came out. The Sacramento LGBT Community Center works to create a region where LGBTQ+ people thrive. We support the health and wellness of the most marginalized, advocate for equality and justice, and work to build a culturally rich LGBTQ+ community. So we are here in strong support of this Pride resolution. Amidst rising violence towards LGBTQ+ folks across the United States, it's extremely important that we be loud supporters of the LGBTQ+ community, especially our LGBTQ+ youth. LGBTQ youth experience heightened levels of anxiety, depression, and other mental health struggles, with 70% experiencing discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Now, many changes are needed to address this harm, but a clear step that we can take is to provide social support and freedom from violence within our schools. Pride Month provides a time for LGBTQ folks to celebrate, and it's also a time for us to organize around the issues impacting our lives. Pride is resistance. We need the help of schools to best support LGBTQ+ youth. We need schools to celebrate our community and condemn anti-LGBT discrimination and bullying so that queer and trans students are better equipped to learn and build community with one another. LGBTQ+ youth need to be celebrated. They need to be respected, and they need to be included within our schools. This resolution is a crucial step towards that. And for those reasons, the Sacramento LGBT Community Center supports this Pride resolution. Thank you so much for your support.
I have Sarah Wingard, followed by Laura Clegg.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you to the EGUSD board for presenting and considering the recognition of the month of June as Pride Month. It is essential that our schools are safe and inclusive for all of our students. While this resolution is important to help ensure our LGBTQ+ students feel the support and love of our school community, this should be just the beginning. I encourage the board to further fund and require and support the schools in professional development delivered to teachers and school staff. According to the CDC, LGBTQ youth are more likely than non-LGBTQ youth to experience violence at school and have lower levels of school connectedness. The CDC says that professional development should address fundamental knowledge about health risks faced by LGBTQ+ youth, effects of the school environment on the health of LGBTQ+ youth, unique needs of transgender and gender diverse and non-binary students, supportive school policies and practices. Results of the Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ youth mental health show that LGBTQ youth who live in a community that is accepting of LGBTQ people reported significantly lower rates of attempting suicide compared to those who did not. So in closing, I just want to thank you on behalf of all of the students who are hearing your support and knowing that they have a safe community. We need to continue to ensure that this is a safe and inclusive community. There is no place for hate in Elk Grove.
Okay, I have Laura Clegg, followed by Norman Sandoval.
Good evening. Thank you for having this conversation tonight. I am a 29-year resident of Elk Grove. My sons graduated from the Elk Grove School District. They went through K through 12. They graduated with honors. And so even though I'm a proud mother, that's not why I applaud Elk Grove School District. I think back to when they were shining stars And when that was celebrated and it was part of the school district, part of the curriculum, it taught tolerance and compassion. The children were acknowledged and recognized for learning these really important values as human beings. And I think that that's the thing for all children, is that they need to have a safe place to come and be. And yes, they graduated with honors, so you're doing really good in the areas of science and math and English and all of the other things. So keep up the good work with that. However, these are human beings that are sitting in these classrooms. These are little beings, these are humans that come from a lot of diversity and a lot of experiences. And we can't just be canned about the body, the human that's sitting in these classrooms, learning math, learning science, learning English, all super important. And I think that the one thing I can say from my experience as a parent who's also queer, as a parent raising children in this district, was the only time my kids came home really stressed and harmed was when their peer next to them, and my children both identify as heteronorm, but they came home with stress because their peers were being bullied. Their peers who identified as LGBTQ were being harmed by other students. They were treated with intolerance. They were treated with lack of compassion. So my sons really had a hard time with that. They didn't know how to be supportive when that's what they're facing, when they're watching other children be bullied. And I think that that's why this resolution is so important. I think that's why tolerance is so important. That's why inclusion is so important. That's why education that's holistic is so important. And so I'm here to support this resolution, and I'm here to ask that you all continue to keep doing the good work and reflect love, reflect all of the values that are of love, and not pander to any hate, to any bias, to bigotry, and to anything that's exclusive. Thanks for your time.
I have Norman, followed by Gandhi Reinish.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to express my opinion. I'm here in support of the resolution. And I'm a sociologist, a social scientist. I could say a lot of things that have already been said. And I could give a lecture on it. But I think enough has been said. I'm basically here to just support the resolution and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Gandhi, followed by Sarah Louie. And how do I pronounce your last name? I'm sorry. Wrench.
So, hi, my name's Gandhi Wrench. I identify as she, her. I have a child that's in Laguna Creek High School. She's a freshman, and I just love her to death. She's a wonderful student. She gets really good grades. She's been on the honor roll for multiple semesters now. She recently entered the SMUD competition for electric vehicles, and she won an award with that. She's an excellent artist. She does all sorts of drawings for flyers. Next year, she's going to be president of the Japanese club. She's very involved in the high school, and she loves Laguna Creek High School. And that's a testament to the safe space that you've made Laguna Creek High School, because my daughter is also a lesbian. She is also a lesbian. And there's a whole group of people here that their sole purpose is to just hate on our LGBTQIA+ kids. That's their purpose. And we know that they're here representing Moms for Liberty. And we know that regardless of what they say, because of the information that they've co-opted. So their reading lists, their material, that's all straight from Moms for Liberty. And even their t-shirts, the Mama Bear, Papa Bear, that if you look that up on Facebook, that's a gay organization that they've stolen. And that's per Moms for Liberty. And so what does that mean? So if they're just taking this intellectual information from Moms for Liberty and co-opting it for themselves, that alone is dishonest. But it also gives us kind of an insight into where they want to go. We know what Moms for Liberty has accomplished in Florida, and that's what they want. They want to have accomplished here what was accomplished in Florida. And so right now, my daughter goes to a school where she has books that reflect who she is as a person. And that's what library science teaches us, is that you need to have a library that reflects the population, that is inclusive and diverse. And that's what we have right now. And they want to take that away. In Florida, there's hundreds and hundreds of books that have been banned now. And that's what they want. Right now, if my daughter checks out a book and her librarian happens to be a lesbian, she can freely say, I went with my wife to England. And it's not a concern. She can speak about her relationships the same as a heterosexual librarian would. And that's not allowed in Florida. She could be fired in Florida. And right now, if a teacher, like her art teacher, were to have a lock screen that had her family on the lock screen, and that happened to be a non-heterosexual family, that would be okay. And my daughter can look at these people and say, I could be a librarian, I could be a teacher. And in Florida, having that photo on your lock screen means you could be fired. And so this is what they want. This is their hate-filled agenda, and it has to be stopped. And so I thank you for providing my daughter with the wonderful school environment that she has. I have kids at Folks Ranch Elementary too, and I love it there too. And I thank you for your work that you're doing. And I just want you to keep thoughts of our children with you.
Sarah Louie, followed by Graham Stewart.
I wanted to first thank you all so much for taking the time to listen to each and every one of us. I know it's a long evening, but it is important. My name is Dr. Sarah Louie. I'm a parent in the school district. I have an awesome 9-year-old kiddo who's part of the LGBTQ community. I'm also the daughter of somebody who is part of the LGBTQ community and couldn't be who they were until late into their 40s because they didn't see themselves represented and it wasn't okay. And I saw the harm that that caused. But more importantly, I wanted to speak to you as a physician in our community who provides gender affirming care. And all of the statistics that you hear about the harm that is done, even by the debate that's going on right now, are very real. I spend time in exam rooms with folks who have been harmed by hateful public rhetoric, personal attacks, even just the feeling that who they are is not okay. And so I felt it was really important to come here tonight as both a physician and a mom to make sure that folks know that who you are is exactly who you're supposed to be, that you're beautiful, that the medical community, we're getting better, we're not quite there yet. And that moms, you know, just as a mom, that you're just loved. And so I really applaud this resolution and appreciate you taking the time to hear all of us tonight. Thank you so much.
I have Graham, followed by Heidi Moore.
Hello, my name is Graham Stewart and I teach 8th graders here in the district. I live in the district and my child is a graduate of EGUSD and I am a proud sponsor of my school's GSA club. I am a white hetero cis male. I go by he, him, and his, and apparently part of the audience thinks I'm part of a global community, global queer conspiracy to convert their children. I'm not. I haven't heard from the home office in a long time. But to be serious, I'd like to talk to you guys about suicide. 4 out of 100 children have suicidal ideation. 44 out of 100 queer kids have suicidal ideation. My journey in this advocacy started holding a kid's hand in an emergency room because they had suicidal ideation. We're dealing with the lives of children here. I want to commend you. I am very, very happy with the direction that you guys are going. I'm very happy with the direction the district office is going. I do want to urge you to do a little more, especially with our kids who have psychological issues. Every day I stand outside my door, second period, and I wonder if this one kid's going to come to school. And not that they're going to come to school like they're sick or something, but if they're going to have killed themselves the night before. And this kid is not going to kill themselves because somebody told them they were trans. This kid's going to kill themselves because their parents are going to kick them out. Their parents hate gay people more than they love their child. And that's just sad. I'm worried every day about my kids. So I would like you to please consider allocating resources to that. I know money's tight and all that. We just signed a new contract, but please. We do need some more mental health help. I want to talk about book bans. Talking about a book ban now is kind of like worrying about horse health when the automobile was invented. You guys realize there's the internet, right? I don't know. I mean, I want kids to be able to read whatever they want, but they're all going to whip out their phones at some point and be able to see whatever they want to see. So we better have some critical thinking skills. And hopefully I can provide that and some support for my own children. And also, I want to say to the parents of this, if you need to hate somebody, hate me. I'm an adult. I can take it. Stop hating my kids.
Heidi Moore, followed by Lisa Bucker. Okay.
Good evening. I want to make the public aware of this memo shared by board member Michael Vargas to multiple groups in Elk Grove. Quote, local action item from EGUSD board trustee Michael Vargas. On May 16th, Elk Grove USD will be approving our Pride Month resolution. This is not the first year we've done this. However, thanks to some lobbying from myself and other board members, this will be our first year we specifically recognize and lift up our trans community in the resolution. As you may be aware, EGUSD has been the target of a small but vocal campaign by anti-LGBTQ activists, beginning when some of our students held a drag show on campus. These anti-LGBTQ activists have been making discriminatory and offensive comments during public comment in an effort to ban pro-LGBTQ books from the library, censor and bully our LGBTQ plus students, and cut LGBTQ topics from the curriculum. As we prepare to approve this month's resolution, or the Pride resolution, we expect they will be back in full force, which is why I'm reaching out. We need to show up in force to counter this and make clear that the community supports our LGBTQ students, faculty, and staff. May I have extra time if they're going to interrupt me? If you want to speak in support of the resolution during public comment, that is great. But it's also great to just have people there holding rainbow flags, wearing your best Pride outfits, and making sure our board sees the level of support we have for this resolution. I recognize that not everyone feels safe confronting anti-LGBTQ activists, and many of you may feel triggered by their hateful comments. The more people we can get into the room and the more we can surround each other with love and support, the safer it will be for all of us. So bring a friend, bring your family, or bring a drag queen and share this information with anyone who might be interested. End quote. Mr. Vargas' memo was extremely insulting to parents such as myself, who have valid concerns about sexual, explicit content we have found in libraries. He falsely labeled and stereotyped concerned parents. He is creating unnecessary division, inciting intimidation, and honestly left parents feeling threatened for their own safety and potentially the safety of our children. His invitation to bring a drag queen seems to be a clear slap in the face to parents who had valid concerns about the PGHS drag show that was mandatory and not made known to parents or students in advance. His memo also indicates, quote, other board members, and also states, quote,
the time is up.
I was interrupted.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
I was interrupted.
Your time is up.
I think the time is up.
I have Lisa Bucker, followed by Emelina Mendoza.
Typically, no, that's a fair question. Typically, we don't say that when it's applause, but it is a good time to remind folks, please try not to interfere with people's inability to speak. And also, when we do keep an eye on the clock, and if we notice that you are losing your time, we will add back. So don't worry. It really wasn't significant. It was a few seconds here and there. Whenever you're ready.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lisa Bunker. I am a proud out trans author of books for young readers, including a couple that have been challenged or banned in other states. I am here tonight because I feel a sense of mission about speaking in favor of resolutions.
Pause. Folks, that's clearly an attempt to interfere with the speaker. That wasn't applause for a couple of seconds. So if you're going to interfere, you're going to have to leave. So that is your warning. Okay. Please proceed.
I recently moved to California from New Hampshire, and based on my experience as an activist there, I was expecting much more of a 50-50 night. And almost everything that I've wanted to say, sitting waiting for my turn, has been said very well by others. I want to acknowledge and celebrate the powerful ally energy in this room. Y'all are fabulous. A couple of points have been made that I would like to offer rebuttals to. There was the gentleman who raised the specter of transition regret. I would just like to offer a personal testimony in response to that. I transitioned from male to female in my 40s. It saved my life. It was miraculous. I now live as who I've always meant to be, as a free, whole, effective, and powerful human in the world. And somebody else mentioned the numbers about the tiny number of people who have transition regret. So enough said about that. I also wanted to respond to a sign I've seen in the audience about the sexualization of children. The point has been made before, but I want to underscore it. Gender and sex are completely different. Gender is simply the sense that we have of ourselves as gendered beings, as making sense as feminine people or making sense as masculine people. Children of all ages work on their gender every day. You're teaching gender when you tell your boy that he's not allowed to cry when he's sad. You're teaching gender when you tell girls that they need to follow certain girl rules. That's not sexuality, that's gender, and it's appropriate for all ages. I had the experience recently of writing a book with a young trans activist named Kai Shapley from Texas. She's 12 years old now. She was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household. I offer this as a counterpoint to some of the narratives from the radical right now. She was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household. As young as 18 months, she was indicating to her mother that she was female. Her mother tried home versions of conversion therapy. At age 4, Kimberly, her mom, overheard her child praying to go home to Jesus rather than have to live one more day as a boy in the world. And that got Kimberly on a new track. She's still deeply Christian, but she's found a form of that faith, which is inclusive and loving, and that can happen. Thank you for this moment, this opportunity to speak to you. Please vote in favor of the resolution, and thank you for your support of the Rainbow Youth. It makes a difference.
Emelina Mendoza, followed by Shayna.
I am Amelina Mendoza. And I'm calling for resolution number 86, 2223, recognizing June 2023 as a LGBTQ plus Pride Month to be voided. The reason I'm calling for this resolution to be voided is because Michael Vargas, a member of this board, has admitted in writing, and I quote, on May 16th, the Elk Grove Unified School District will be approving our Pride Month resolution, thanks to some lobbying from myself and other board members. End quote. as he invited the LGBTQ plus group to attend today's meeting. In addition, Michael Vargas' unethical behavior is unacceptable, as he said in his writing that there are anti-LGBTQ plus activists who is trying to ban pro-LGBTQ plus folks, censor and bully our LGBTQ plus students, and cut LGBT plus topics from the curriculum, end quote. Because Michael Vargas seemed to be quite sure that this resolution will be passed today due to his lobbying. As he said, quote, as we prepare to approve our 5-month resolution, we expect they'll be there in full force. Meaning the concerned parents who oppose to pornographic books at our school libraries. There is a question regarding Mr. Vargas or Michael Vargas, violation of the Brown Act, section 54952.2 C2, which prohibits members of the legislative body to discuss among themselves issues of general interest to the public. With that, I am asking for the board to void this resolution because of Mr. Michael Vargas' actions and other members of this board working together behind the scenes to influence the voting today. I don't think it's fair. He's very biased about this resolution. He hasn't shown concern for the parents who are here bi-weekly. And he is vilifying us because we are throwing our concerns about pornographic books, and he's using that to incite this kind of behavior from other people. So I just want to remind you, Mr. Vargas, that, the LGBT community was not the only people who voted for you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Shayna, followed by Jack Sapp. Jack Sapp.
Before the next speaker speaks,
Thank you. Good evening.
before you get started, there's been a couple of questions, comments about the Brown Act, and since this is an item on the agenda, I can provide some clarification. The Brown Act does not prohibit school board members from talking to each other about items on the agenda. What it does is it prohibits a majority of the board from meeting in private to make decisions or have discussions about items on the agenda. So just for you're really clear. Okay, I believe I've provided the information so that folks will not be confused. That's my only intent. We're not having a discussion during this public comment.
Okay. Shayna, you can, is it Shayna or Shanna?
Shauna.
Shauna.
First and foremost, I'm a mother. I came from the Bay Area because of the excellent reputation of Elk Grove Unified School District, and I haven't been disappointed. I've learned that in addition to academic excellence, which I came here for, the district is committed to the whole child, their physical needs such as health screenings, nutrition, and PE, their emotional needs through mindfulness, counseling, PBIS, parent participation, and engage in lessons. I've also learned that every student has the right to the least restrictive education under the law, whether they are intellectually gifted, challenged, or anywhere in between, regardless of the home language or the color of their skin, whether they are affluent or struggling financially, regardless of their religious denomination, affiliation, or beliefs. Whatever gender they choose to identify themselves as, every student should have the ability to pursue an education in a safe environment, free from harassment of any kind. Every student should be able to strive for their potential and be seen as the individual they are. They are and should be seen, valued, and appreciated. Thank you. I'm in support of the resolution. Thank you.
I have Jax, followed by Aaron Latta.
Hello, Jack Staham. My daughter is a graduating senior in your district, class 23. I am Luther Burbank Titan, class of 94, different districts, few years apart. When I was in high school, we had one kid that was out in the school. Remember, his name was David. He was lanky and he had blue hair. They caught him on the tracks halfway through the school year. A day or two in the hospital. He was back at school a month later. Within a month, they caught him again and he was in the ICU. And he didn't come back to school after that. That was when I was in high school, the early 90s. I told my daughter about that when she started high school, and I said, I think it's different now. It's totally different now. Thank you. There were a lot of us that kept quiet when we found out about David. It was just that hushy thing where you heard about it, but nobody knew who did it. Nobody got caught. Nobody really investigated it. He was the gay kid. Some of us we knew people that were in the closet, or we were in the closet, and we all just stayed quiet. That wouldn't happen now. It's safer now. I support you guys doing this resolution to have Pride Month. Every kid deserves to exist. And when I was in high school, not all of us could. And not all of us made it. Please, please support this. These kids deserve to be. And I know there are people that think if you make Pride Month not exist, then these people won't exist. No, they're going to exist. People exist no matter what you do. We existed in the 90s. We existed in the 50s. We existed in the 1800s. But having a place to exist, that makes a huge difference for the mental health of these kids and the adults that they're going to grow into. Also, the kids that aren't even in the community, but have parents or aunts or uncles or cousins or other people they care about that are in the community, to know that Pride is allowed, that community is allowed to be in Elk Grove. It means a lot to those kids too. Thank you.
I have Aaron, followed by Jorge Reyes Salinas.
Good evening. Superintendent Hoffman, President Espinoza, and the assembled trustees of the board. My name is Aaron Latta. My pronouns are he, him, and I am a field representative for Congresswoman Doris Matsui. I am happy and proud to be here tonight, along with my fellow Sacramento County residents, to voice the Congresswoman's support of the Elk Grove Unified School District's resolution in support of Pride Month. The Congresswoman wishes she could be here tonight. Unfortunately, she could not be here because she is spending time voting on our behalf in Washington, D.C. As Pride Month, June is a time to honor the many sacrifices that our friends and family within the LGBTQ+ community have made and continue to make to freely express themselves and their love. Over the next several weeks, communities across the nation will be holding various events to uplift the voices of fellow Americans in the LGBTQ+ community for their many contributions to our society over the entirety of human history. As your representative, Congresswoman Matsui pledges to continue standing as a strong ally to the LGBTQ+ community in the fight for equality. By approving this resolution, the Elk Grove Unified School District would make a pledge to unequivocally stand with their LGBTQ+ neighbors across our regional community against hateful acts. As President Biden once said, Pride Month stands for love. Love of yourself, love for whomever you choose to love, and the love of your country to make our world and our nation a better place, a freer place, and a more loving place. As the representative of California's 7th District, Congresswoman Doris Matsui enthusiastically supports this resolution and the inherent human rights of our whole 7th District community. Thank you. And on top of that, I also have a series of 8 letters the Congresswoman asked me to hand out to all of you. Is there a good person for me to hand it to? Perfect. Thank you so much, folks.
I have Jorge, followed by David Simmons.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members. My name is Jorge Reyes Salinas, and I'm the Communications Director for Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. Already this year, as you know, we've seen over 500 pieces of legislation being introduced across the nation, that are purposely attacking LGBTQ plus students. And actually, we saw one here in our backyard in California with AB 1314 that would have forced teachers or any educational staff to out trans and non-binary students. Thankfully, with the work of Equality California, the LGBTQ plus caucus, and constituents calling in opposition of that bill, we were able to kill that bill so it doesn't advance and harm our students here in California. Not only does each bill or ordinance harms LGBTQ plus people that directly impacts their mental health and well-being, but it sends a broader message that LGBTQ plus people don't have the right to exist or thrive in the ways that non-LGBTQ plus folks do. Undoubtedly, having any part of your identity devalued, invalidated, or just plain not celebrated can continue to issues of your mental health. However, data also shows that affirmation and support saves lives. LGBTQ plus youth who have access to affirming homes, schools, community events, and online spaces reported lower rates of attempting suicide compared to those who did not. A healthy, united community, hopefully like the one here in Elk Grove, uplift those members who are most in need, and the LGBTQ plus community is the one in the most need. I don't have to tell you that the LGBTQ plus community is under attack. You see it here, and school districts are the main target. You are literally the focus of many Americans across the US. Equality California also releases every 2 years our Safe and Supportive Schools report card. And this district is actually one under the spotlight area, which means you're doing a lot of great things for your community, your families, and your students. I applaud you with that, and I congratulate you on that. In addition, Equality California endorses up and down the state legislatures, as well as elected officials in local seats, just like the ones you're holding today. So that means we're watching, we're paying attention, and this is a district that we're definitely following closely. So I do ask you, and we have Equality California for the support of your vote. And to any student here today who is LGBTQ+, we see you, we love you, and Equality California will continue fighting for you. Thank you.
We have David Simmons, followed by Daniel Washington.
Hi, my name is Dave Simmons and my pronouns are he, him, his. I'm the proud father of a transgender daughter. I want to speak in support of our LGBTQ kids. Both my kids attended Elk Grove schools, graduated from Franklin and Laguna Creek. Recognition of and support of our LGBTQ students with groups like the GSA and events like Pride are integral to the health and well-being of our LGBTQ kids. I thank the board for putting forth the motion to recognize Pride, and I encourage the adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
I have Daniel Washington, followed by Suri Tingyar. Sorry. Is Daniel here? All right, Suri, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, my name is Survi Parvatiar, and I have 2 students in the Elk Grove Unified School District. I have a child who identifies outside the norm. My pronouns are she and her, but for those who are homophobic and transphobic, I identify as your big problem. I'm opposed to your bigotry. I want to congratulate the district for taking the term unified in our district name and taking it seriously with the Pride Month resolution. We can only be a unified district if all of our students are treated with fairness, equity, and compassion. This means recognizing our differences and also celebrating them. I also want to put any discrimination in the name of religion into historical context. The KKK used to point to the Bible to justify racial discrimination. We now have a group of parents that point to their religion again for sexual identity discrimination. I ask those parents to ask themselves, do you want to be placed in the same historical company of the KKK? In addition, imposing religious views has no place in our public school system. And so I encourage the enforcement of the separation of church and state. Last, I want to address book banning and the habit of radical activists bringing in portions of books and not providing a title as a tactic. I was able to find one of those books online that was brought up at the last board meeting. I found the title. It's called Fred Gets Dressed. It's about a child looking through his parents' closet to decide what to wear. The radical activist that spoke against that children's book said it was pornographic. That's what caused me to look it up. I was like, well, that's not good to have in the school system. Well, the book showed a cartoon child with a cartoonish bare bottom in a couple of pages that seemed to be just like the Coppertone sunscreen logo of a dog pulling on a swimsuit's child. If anyone thinks that's pornographic, then they are the pervert and should get help. Or if they are not perverts and they are just using snippets of books for false rhetoric, either one is not appropriate and dangerous. All of our children deserve to be loved and respected in all aspects of public life. Our queer youth are at great risk for bullying and suicide. I want our kids to survive and be loved. I believe every religion and moral belief system believes that all children should be loved just as they are. It's not that complicated. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Are we sure? Okay. Okay. So as has been stated, this is not the first time this board has approved this resolution. We typically don't have a great deal of discussion for resolutions, but given the interest here today, I'm going to open it up and invite any comments from members.
Sure. Well, I will start us off. So first, I want to thank the administration so much for bringing this forward again. I think this is our 4th year. I want to thank the curriculum office and all of the folks who had any part in this drafting this resolution for their openness to feedback and for including for the first time, a real call out for our transgender and non-binary students who really do need our attention right now. And that's important. It's important to everything that we do, that we focus in on the students who are most in need of our help. And LGBTQ students definitely need our help, now more than ever, but our transgender kids, our non-binary kids are the ones who are the focus of the attacks right now. And so we need to do everything that we can to lift them up and celebrate them and shower them with the love that they deserve. I also want to thank everybody in this room. I would love to take credit for all of you being here, but I do not recognize most of you. Although I want to thank, one of our presenters. Now all of you recognize me because I got called out. And I also want to thank some of our leaders. Doris Matsui got, one of her staffers came up here and presented, but we also got letters of support from our local assembly member, Stephanie Nguyen, and our local senator, Angelique Ashby. And I'll be sharing those with the other board members as well. We also got support from a number of our local labor partners, and we had the LGBT Center and Equality California. And just the outpouring of support is so incredibly important to what we do. And it's not, it is nice to be surrounded with love. It is nice to be surrounded with family and people, who are saying amazing things, but it is not important that you are not important. You being here is not important for us. You being here is important for the kids who are watching you on YouTube and on social media and all of that, because they're the ones who matter. They're the ones that we do this for. And recently they have had a lot of other things to watch that are not as helpful. And so I really, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank all of you for being here. To send them a message of love and support. I want to admit I am very biased when it comes to our LGBTQ kids. Our LGBTQ kids deserve nothing less than our full-throated love and support and affirmation. And we should be giving them that every day, at every meeting, at every opportunity, from our parents, from our teachers, from our staff. That is what we need. That is what they need. And I am so thankful for all of you being here. And I am so proud of this district. One of our presenter from Equality California got up and pointed out that we are leading the state in LGBTQ inclusion. And that is amazing because we are really quiet about it. We don't do the big loud things that other districts do. We do this quietly, but methodically, and we do it intentionally. And it is so important that we do that. And we are not drawing a lot of national hate down on us in the process. And that's huge, right? Having pro-LGBTQ curriculum across the board, almost across the board, we're getting there. Having pro-LGBTQ books in our libraries, having GSAs on almost all of our campuses. We're going to have LGBTQ resource groups. I mean, we are doing all of the things that we should be doing, all of the things that we need to be doing. And one of the things, like a story that I want to give you all is I go to, and I saw somebody wearing one today. I go to campuses a lot to visit our teachers and students and see what everybody's doing. And I see those rainbow lanyards everywhere, everywhere. It is amazing to me. And I had no idea, right? Because I'm relatively new. And so I had no idea we were doing that. But the fact that they're everywhere and they are noticeable and our teachers are wearing them and our staff are wearing them, that sends a message to our kids, right? The right message to our kids. All right, so I do want to give all of my other colleagues an opportunity to speak. I'm verbose, I apologize. But I want to close by talking directly to our students, as many of you did, and I think this is incredibly important. There are an awful lot of awful things that get said in these debates. These discussions can be very difficult, and I recognize that. But hear me, students, hear me when I say that those things do not reflect the values of this community or this school district. Here you belong. And you belong to something bigger than you know right now. You belong to a queer community, culture, and family that has been centuries in the making. I am so incredibly excited to see what you will add to our big, joyful, and loving LGBTQ family. And this resolution is our promise to you and your teachers and your friends and your family that no matter what else is going on in your lives, no matter what else is going on in the world that has you stressed and angry and is making it difficult for you to be who you are, in this district, you are loved, you matter, and you belong. Thank you.
So I just want to say that I think that what we're trying to pass today, I do think it's a good thing, although I do understand what some people are saying about the sexualization. I do believe though that the point of this isn't to sexualize kids, but rather give people, I guess, in that community more representation. And as a student who has a lot of friends who have undergone that process and are part of that community, that they're people just like the rest of us. They eat, sleep, do everything everyone else does. So I think that there's kind of like a misunderstanding. Like the point of this isn't to sexualize kids, but give people more representation and make them feel more welcomed. I know when I first heard one of my friends went through the transgender process, I was surprised, but after I got to know them more, they were the same person I always knew, and they are still like a really cool friend I appreciate. So I do hope we can kind of come to an understanding, but overall, I do think this is a good thing, and I hope we can pass it.
Anyone else? Any comments?
I just want to thank the district for and the work of our district staff as well as board members for including our trans students in this resolution. And I'm looking forward, if this passes, I'm looking forward to Pride celebrations on our campuses and hope to visit.
Anybody else? Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to vote in support of this resolution tonight. And before we take that vote, I need to make some comments. I am a Catholic, and as a Christian, I was taught to love thy neighbor. I was taught to respect each individual for their dignity and for their human rights and their constitutional rights. And it's a sad time when we get into a situation where people become polarized, and in so doing, there is no tolerance. It is accept what I believe and what I say, or you are wrong as a person. And that is very, very sad for me. Many issues are becoming politicized. And I saw that tonight at the dais here. As board members, we are not supposed to interact with the community during public comment, and yet there were people up here tonight applauding comments that were being made. Shame on you. That is not what we are supposed to be about. We have one job, that is to be there and do the right thing for children. That's what we're about. You put your politics aside when you come in this room and you sit down at this table. We have a responsibility to hear the words of all individuals, and based on what we know and what we believe, what we learn, we make a vote. And I will vote yes, because of my closeness with children and my closeness with those who suffer. When a child talks to me and tells me that they're confused and they can't talk to their parent, that's hard. When we have staff members come in here and talk to us about homeless youth, and I know that so many of those are children that have been kicked out of their homes, that hurts. But what really hurts is the intolerance of people for one another. And it's something that is troubling to me. I'm sorry it's there. What I care about are the children. And because of that and my experiences, I will vote yes tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you for your time for being here tonight. It's a very emotional night. Thank you for taking your time to express your opinion, that you have every right to do so as a constituents of this school district, of this Sacramento County. I was voted in 2.5 years ago, roughly about 63,000 votes, because then it was a district-wide. And I believe there's a variety of background of people that voted for me. And that includes everyone in there and perhaps more. So I'm here to serve everyone in the school district. I come from a background as a refugee, as a marginalized community. And I know how it feels to be alone, not looked at as someone who's important, or not being accepted in what's so-called acceptance. It's a very dark place to be, and very, sometimes, feeling shameful. However, I am an American now. I took my oath to be a citizen, to serve the community, tonight, right now, we've been talking about this resolution. LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And to me, that itself could be far from what some folks are saying about the sexual graphic. I think this resolution is about accepting people across our country with different backgrounds. And that is not about the sexual graphic or pornographic, anything that deals with that. So for me, I definitely support this resolution. The fact that this school district is the 7th most diverse school district in the nation. And what that really means is that we have people that looks like me that are being referred to names that hurtful. And when people say that to one another, the one that says it, it's really easy to say it coming off their tongues. But the one that endure that pain, it's not easy. So I hope that we come to an understanding that each person that comes here to testify their case, their pain, it's real. The folks that wear the yellow shirt, they have some good point as well. And they have every right to express their opinion. So I was really happy to hear from our student board representative to speak of we should come into a understanding. I think that's a great point. He's a student. He represents the students. Roughly about 64,000 students in our school district, the biggest school district in Northern California. I think we must listen to very simple comment like that and really learn how to live with one another and embrace one another. And yes, our school district will do a better job of approving books that is appropriate. I know that I have talked to Chris about it, and I will continue to talk to him about it too. And that's part of the reality that we do have process. And it's just not one board member. It's all of us with Chris, the cabinet leaders, and then the parents and the students, the whole 9 yards. So to me, we're going to continue to do our best to serve all of you. But I do support the resolution as well, because this is 7th most diverse school district in the nation. And I do support our diversity because our diversity is our strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. The dignity and worth of our LGBTQ students, employees, and families is not up for debate. I read a quote recently. James Baldwin wrote, "We can disagree and still love each other, unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and my right to exist." Everyone is welcome to their beliefs and to participate in the democratic process, but I'm not going to pretend that attacks on children are appropriate engagement in the public square. I espouse the radical notion that all human beings are fundamentally equal, and that comes from fellow radical St. Augustine. It's my job, and I believe the job of this board, to ensure that we demonstrate that in everything that we do. If we are not here to keep kids safe and alive and affirming that they are loved and worthy, then I would have to question what we are doing here. So with that, I'm going to call for a motion to approve resolution number 86, recognizing June 2023 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure passes unanimously. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who's come out to participate. I'm going to call a 10-minute comfort break for my colleagues who have been meeting since 4 p.m. I do want to note that it may be of interest to some of you that the district will be participating in the Sacramento Pride Parade. I believe it's June 11th, and we welcome students and families to join us. Take care. The next item on our agenda is, folks, can we get one conversation here? Thank you. Mr. Yang, thank you. Next item is student expulsionary involuntary transfer requests. If anyone wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a specific student expulsion, please let us know. Seeing none, I'm going to call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsions.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure is approved unanimously. Next is public comment for items not on the agenda. I apologize. Somebody just asked me about this and I said we had already done this at the top of the meeting. That was my confusion. So if you have not already gotten your blue card in, you still may. So we are going to proceed with public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom public comments for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we have 3 public comments. The first public comment is Elda Garcia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. My name's Elda Garcia. I'm a parent here in Elk Grove District. I'm going to begin with reading some scripture. Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness, that put bitter sweet for sweet, and sweet for bitter. Psalms 139, 1-4. Lord, you have searched me and known me. You know when I sit down and when I stand up. You understand my thoughts from afar off. You observe my travels and my rest. You are aware of all my ways. Before a word is on my tongue, you know all about it, Lord. My faith is in Jesus Christ, and tonight I'm coming again, board members, imploring to you that there is age-appropriate books. Pornographic does not belong in elementary or any school library. I don't understand why many are saying that this is targeting any specific group. We're parents that are concerned about our children, letting them be children. You did speak and share that you are for the children and for diversity, but the diversity seems to be only one-sided when we're not being heard as parents. Again, I implore with you, board members, please remove those pornographic books. If a child was at a park and they gave them those books with all that explicit pictures, the police would be called. So I don't understand why this continues to be something that many are opposing. I'm sorry for all those that have gone through troublous times with their families, friends, maybe. I'll pray for all of you. But again, board members, I'm just pleading, I'm imploring to you, remove these inappropriate books. Thank you.
Next public comment, Teddy Simon.
Good evening, Elk Grove community. My name is Teddy Simon. I use pronouns she, her. I'm the Indigenous Justice Advocate at the ACLU of Northern California and member of the Navajo Nation. As we approach graduation, a time of momentous celebration for so many students, families, and communities, we at the ACLU of Northern California, Southern California, and California Indian Legal Services urge Elk Grove to truly live up to its commitments, clearly expressed this evening across so many presentations and speakers in the most recently passed resolution, to be a district that is truly welcoming to and celebrates all of its students. As we shared with Elk Grove in a May 8th letter, the district's current restrictions on students' rights to wear tribal regalia and items of cultural and religious significance are in direct violation of California Education Code and the US and California constitutions. We urge the district to take swift action to resolve this matter. This is an issue of particular importance and salience for the many Indigenous students in Elk Grove. Public education has been used as a tool of genocide and erasure since the time of contact. For nearly 2 centuries, hundreds of thousands of Indigenous students were forcibly removed from their homes and communities and sent to federal Indian boarding schools, where they were violently stripped of all markers of their indigeneity, including their language, tradition, ceremony, and their clothes and regalia. That regalia is a symbol of resistance and resilience as students today seek to reclaim their right to an education that honors their culture and heritage. Telling students they cannot wear tribal regalia at graduation is simply a continuation of this nation's awful history. We urge you to respect all students' rights to wear tribal regalia and items of cultural and religious significance at commencement across your district. We ask you to clearly communicate to all students, families, and staff that students have the right to wear more than one piece of regalia at graduation, and that students who come to graduation wearing such items will not be excluded from the ceremony or have their regalia taken from them, regardless of whether they were able to navigate the district's opaque and burdensome pre-approval process. We will be monitoring the district's actions on this year's graduation ceremonies next week, and we truly look forward to working with you to ensure that students' rights are respected in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final public comment via Zoom, Jasmine Clee.
We're ready for you. Can you unmute yourself, please? Was it Chi? Okay, Miss Lee, can you hear me? Okay, does not appear they're available. Okay. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have items, blue cards for items not on the agenda. First up, I have Heidi Moore, followed by Charlotte Reiger.
At the last board meeting, I exposed a pornographic book which depicts oral sex, naked individuals together with erections, naked teens having sex, girls putting items into their vaginas and smelling their vagina slime, and more. I asked important questions that are still unanswered, such as, where is the physical copy of this book that was purchased for Sheldon High School Library? Why did the book not require approval before being ordered by the librarian? Why were our tax dollars wasted on this porn? Why did the book conveniently get removed from the online catalog after I told district officials that I was aware of it? How do we know the book isn't still in the library? How do we know that the book isn't in classroom libraries, since the district also has no oversight over classroom libraries? I also asked via email for a copy of the purchase order, including the purchase date of the book. I also find it alarming that the district does not seem to think it's an urgent concern that we have a book available in libraries to children as young as 12, directing them how to use sex apps for easy sex with strangers. The district's response to my concerns indicate they were too busy to worry about or take immediate action regarding this book that directs kids with step-by-step directions on how to find strangers to have sex with via sex apps. It's quite unbelievable and horrifying to hear this from individuals who are supposed to educate and protect our children. I also found more books. One details infant molestation and rape. Another depicts 4Gs and orgies and references a teen having sex with his coach and some older male from Grindr. If the district really promoted, is the district really promoting that minors have sex with adults? Horrifying. What is the academic value to this filth? How do you justify providing it to minors? How can we opt our kids out of R-rated movies and sex ed, yet you can secretly provide this explicit sexualized material to kids? Furthermore, you think you have no obligation to tell parents that this material sits in their children's libraries. Again, our purpose in being here is to stop the sexualization of children, and we have made that clear. This is about sexualization of children. We will not stop until we get real answers and resolutions to our concerns. I am also providing a memo indicating the questions that I would like answered from my public comments. Thank you.
Charlotte, followed by Rhett Pennell.
Okay.
Rieger.
There you go.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I want to start off, my pronouns are Mama Bear. I have had these pronouns for 7 years, so I'm not affiliated with the groups you think I am. So I'd like to refer to page 6 in the district handbook under inappropriate technology section. Accessing, posting, submitting, publishing, or displaying harmful or inappropriate matter that is threatening, defamatory, obscene, disruptive, sexually explicit, or that could be construed as harassment or disparagement of others, cyberbullying based on race, ethnicity, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, or political beliefs. This is Penal Code Section 313A. Then referred to page 75 under prohibited sexual harassment policy, which you provide to teachers. Prohibited sexual harassment includes, but is not limited to, unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal, visual, or physical contact of sexual nature. When the conduct has a purpose of effect that have a negative impact on the individual's academic or work performance, or of creating intimidating, hostile, or offensive educational or work environment. Other types of conduct which are prohibited in the district, which may constitute sexual harassment, include sexual jokes, stories, drawings, pictures, or gestures, which are found in these books. So we have a book called Push. Let me just say there's 4 copies in this district, 2 at Cosumnes Oaks, 1 at Florin, but it's lost. But oh, they purchased a new edition. So Florin has one and Valley High. So when you look this book up, it says sublocation is realistic fiction, interest level adult. Why is this in the library? So this book is 177 pages and 109 of them have offensive literature. That is 62% of the book. So let me read you part of this book. A girl gave her father's dick in her mouth, know things that the other girls don't know, but it's not what you want to know. It started when I was, about 4 or 5 years old, with him fondling me, feeling her way up. By the time I was 12, he was having intercourse with me 3 or 4 times a week. Carl, the way his knees on either side of my neck. My hand is going up through the smell of mama. My hand is pushing daddy's dick out of my face. I was raped by my father and beat. No one is talking except me. So ask the times in that book.
Your time is up.
Cracker is 11.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
Dick is 9.
Your time is up.
Your time is in there 83 times. Thank you.
We have Rhett followed by David Hauser.
Sorry.
It's okay. And you can move that podium to fit to where you need to be.
It's too high.
If the podium is too high, you can push that black button and it'll lower.
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Last time, I mean, somebody kind of answered my question about who buys the books in the library and said, you know, you were gonna check, you know, I don't remember exactly, but said that you were gonna, the board and people and stuff. But my thing is talking, okay, but I gotta see action. You know, if this is really gonna happen. That's what I gotta see. Actions speak louder than words, as they say. And also, I don't agree with those books that are here. I do think they're pornography. I want to protect my grandchildren's innocence. I mean, if there's something that they need to know, I think that should be done at home. I don't have anything against the people, other people that spoke. I mean, I listened and I respect what they said, you know? And I'm not saying I don't like them. I have lots of family that are, but it's the thing that I just want those things to be done at home. I don't think they should be done at school. I don't care what level. It's not right. And, oh, I had a question about these books that it says, we are not free in the astounding color of after. Who picks those books? Who decides on that? Is that only one or two people too? And so I'm just curious on that. It's about really the books that the children learn in school, the library books, you know, I think they need to be scrutinized a little more. Really think about it for everyone's sake, you know? And so also I want to talk about real quick about bullying. You know, that sign over there says school safe zone, but that's not true. There is still a lot of bullying, and it doesn't matter on what level or who it is. It's just bullying in general. And I don't think a lot of the schools take care of it because my grandchildren have been bullied and they got in trouble with the bully. That's not right, you know? And if they get hit, I'm sorry, they're going to swing back. So maybe if you get hit, none of you are going to fight back or swing. That's wonderful. But I can tell you, somebody hits me, I'm fighting back, no matter what, because I'm not going to get beat up. I'm going to protect myself. And maybe I'll get in trouble, maybe I won't. I don't know. But, you know, I don't think the principals really take care of it. The bullies are kind of running the school, and I don't think that's right.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you. I have David, followed by Sarah Wingard.
Well, first, I want to say that I was very impressed with the high school students.
To the microphone so that everyone.
Very impressed with the high school students that were at the beginning of the program. They came and they did their presentation. So I think you're doing a good job on that. My background is, I'm going to watch the time because I do a lot of speaking. I have 35 years in public education, and that goes from elementary to high school to I was given students that were fighting cancer. I have a lot of history with education. And then I have 15 years, and I just think you need to know this. I have 15 years as a professor at APU working in the grad department, teaching teachers how to become teachers. So I have some knowledge about what education is all about. I went to my first meeting here the last meeting you had, and someone had asked me to come because I wanted to get a feel for what was going on here. So I kept my mouth shut and I just listened. And it really is a very diverse community that we have here. And that's been shown by what's, by all the things that have been said. But what I did at APU, when I was teaching teachers, I was trying to teach teachers what it meant to give a quality education. What is a quality education? So one of the things that I did is I brought the superintendent of the Azusa Unified School District into my grad courses, and I had him talk about what he's looking for in finding a teacher. And what he said that really struck all of my students, because everybody wants to get hired. And what he said that really struck me, he says, I am looking for teachers that love students. Now, I didn't expect him to say that. But he says, I need teachers that love students. So I was very moved by that. And they were always very happy that I was doing those kinds of things. So what I really wanted to share, I heard this stuff, and boy, I got 45 seconds. So what I heard was last week or the few weeks ago was some concerns about racism, some concerns about books, and all of these kinds of things. But I felt that what I was supposed to say to this group, there is greatness here. Did you hear what I said? There is greatness here. But to get to that place of greatness, it takes courage. And what I would like to suggest to you, with all the diversity that we have out here, and I've been hearing it, is that you form a committee of a variety of parents with the educators, with the librarians, get a committee together and let's find some kind of unity.
Your time is
I think
up.
that means something to somebody here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have Sarah Wingard, followed by Kirk Thompson.
Hi, thank you for having us again. So I wanted to give a comment related to the funding for librarians and the libraries in school. I recently became aware that all schools aren't guaranteed the same amount of library funding. And I would like to encourage the board to increase funding to guarantee full-time librarians at each of our schools. Studies show that reading and writing scores tend to be higher for all students who have a full-time certified librarian. And when it comes to reading, students in at-risk groups tend to benefit more than all students combined. A well-stocked library at a child's school is how education can work through some of the problems facing students of lower socioeconomic status. And better test scores have been associated with how many times a week students visit their libraries, how flexibly their access to libraries is scheduled, and how much they borrow library materials for use elsewhere. Librarians receive training in selection, evaluation, and integration of educational resources and should be thought of as a key resource for everyone in the school, including administration, and should be thought of as chief information officers or CIOs, and should be called upon to help with the selection of the books. It is important to provide equitable and adequate school library services and instruction, and this is a social justice issue. Again, I'm an Elk Grove resident and a mom of 2 kids in the district, and I'm here in support of access to the libraries and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
I have Kirk Thompson, followed by Brandon Morgan.
Hi. I'd like to tell you a story about a young man's journey. This young man used to be very much against gay rights. He believed a lot of silly things about how gay sex should be criminally illegal, gay marriage should be banned by the US Constitution, and even that homosexuals were more likely to be sexual predators. I see that young man in the mirror every day, and I shake my head and laugh at his silliness and nonsense. Over the past 20 plus years, many of my friends and coworkers, gay and straight, disabused me of many ridiculous notions The main stupid idea they disabused me of was how gays were out recruiting kids to be gay and actively trying to confuse them about their sexuality from a young age. Fortunately, the gay right enthusiasts around me over the decades, namely my wife, explained to me rather convincingly that gays and lesbians were just looking to be free to be who they are and generally want to be left alone to live their lives in peace, just like the vast majority of Americans. Being a bit more libertarian in my leaning in my politics, the ideas of freedom, peace, and leave me alone, they always speak to my heart. However, seeing this board take zero action on removing sexually explicit material under the guise of promoting LGBTQ pride makes me call into question whether all my friends, professors, coworkers, and even my wife were wrong. To be clear, I don't think they were. There are two people in my inner circle who are LGBT. My kids will grow up calling them auntie and uncle. These are people who were in my wedding, who I invite over for barbecues and birthday parties. In short, there are very few people in my life with who I would trust my kids around more. In fact, I would probably trust them more than most anybody in my life. Guess what? They are not allowed to talk about sex with my kids. They are not allowed to show explicit material to my kids. Just like my parents, my siblings, and my in-laws are not allowed to talk about sex with my kids and show them porn. I decide when, where, and to what extent sex is discussed with my kids. This is not a pride issue or a gay rights issue. This is a basic decency issue. This is about protecting our kids from sexual confusion, which was hard enough to do before the internet. I don't think there's a problem with the LGBT community. I think the problem is here with a group of people who have convinced a lot of parents to give them power over their children. They somehow convince them to get power over our children, and they think we're going to eventually go away. Let me be even more clear. We are not going to go away. Remove every pornographic and sexually explicit book from every Elk Grove school library and stop trying to sexualize our kids.
Your time
That
is
is
up.
not too much to ask.
I have Brandon Morgan, followed by Courtney, Arizona.
Thank you all again for, this is the wrong speech here. Okay, let's get the right one here. Too many speeches today. All right, well, thanks for this opportunity to come and speak again. For a variety of reasons, EG Speaks members were not here in full force last time. Part of that is because a few of us had an opportunity to join Ann Regali and some EGUSD staff members for the Self-Administrators Legislative Day that following day. So this was a great opportunity for us to further our advocacy work with students with disabilities. And we were excited to discuss proposed bills with the members of the state legislature and their staff. In particular, I wanted to draw your attention to SB 354, so write that one down, which addresses inclusive education and using universal design for learning to incorporate inclusive practices. One of the main reasons why we at EG Speaks are so excited about this bill is that it will define what inclusion is across the state and provide instruction in these areas as part of the Administrative Services Credentialing Program, which would in effect create a top-down culture shift in how we include students with disabilities as part of our classrooms. I would ask this board to consider drafting a resolution in support of this bill, as it would reflect a return to supporting inclusion in our district as the standard and not just the exception. As for EG Speaks, I do want to let you know that the presentation in April was great, and we think it would be a great plan if all the right pieces manage to fall in place, and I hope they do. But our work is not done. There's still many issues we plan to bring up in future meetings, in particular, the issues surrounding intersectionality of disability and race. Elk Grove continues to be a hotbed of racism, and we see that not only in the stories the wonderful people at BYLP bring up, but also from parents that we've talked to who see inequality and disproportionate implementations in their IEP meetings. I don't have much time left to talk. Well, actually, no, I have a lot more time than I thought. But I do want you to know this will be a topic we'll continue to push on the forefront and hope that accountability can be had at the top levels of the administration should these issues continue about inequality in IEP meetings and other areas across the district. So I guess I've got a couple seconds left here, but I just want to say books are great. It's kind of hard to listen to some of these comments about books. Growing up in the church, I was taught, how to read the Bible, right? And one of the things that we taught is that you can just read a verse and that has meaning. But unfortunately, books don't quite work that way. There's context. So you have to read around everything. So I'm hearing a lot of these quotes from books. I have no idea the context of what these things are about. I hear things that maybe they're pornographic, but you have to look at the whole picture to understand the value and worth of a book before you can actually say whether it qualifies as graphic, obscene, or pornographic. That's kind of what the Supreme Court decided too. So there's that. All right, bye.
Courtney, Arizona, followed by Jency. Is Jency here?
Jency unfortunately had a family emergency,
Okay,
so I don't know who's after
okay.
that.
Dustin is up next then.
Okay. Hi again. I'm here to give you a report from EG Speaks. I'm mostly touching on things that Brayden talked about. 2 weeks ago, a few of us went with Ann Regali to represent EGSD proudly at the SELPA State Legislative Sharing Day. I want to thank the district and SELPA for including us. There were two amazing keynote speakers, Dr. Shelley Moore and Dr. Katie Novak. They gave a presentation entitled Universal Design for Learning and in Support of Inclusive Services. Holy cow, not only was it incredibly educational and informative and enlightening, but it was also entertaining and engaging and easy to understand. As an employee of the district, I really appreciated that. I found myself thinking over and over again how we would benefit from having that presentation. They were over Zoom. We could have them over Zoom. I also kept thinking about how general ed teachers specifically would benefit from that, especially since we're trying to change the culture here. We hear over and over again from gen ed teachers that inclusion is more on their already overflowing plates. And this presentation showed that truly using UDL would help clear that plate. I'm still thinking of that presentation 2 weeks later. I cannot recommend those speakers enough. After lunch, we boarded some school buses and got out in front of the Capitol with a bunch of kids on field trips and headed to the legislative offices. We talked to members of the state assembly and Senate that represent EDUSD. We explained to them why it was so important to support SB 354, AB 1517, AB 248, and AB 447. I'm going to send you guys info on that. We'd love to see a resolution from EGUSD. But as important that is, I don't want to go in depth because I only have a minute left, and I want to talk about how amazing Ann Regali was. We saw how highly respected she is. She was just amazing that day. And we also saw some severe differences between our district and the other districts there, and our SELPA and other SELPAs. I understand that we're our own SELPA or whatever is going on with that, but it's too much for one person to be the director of special ed and the SELPA. Most districts much smaller than us had multiple assistant directors, and almost every director of special ed was on the cabinet. So as we're moving forward together, partnering, making special ed, we want our district to lead the front again. Let's consider working on that together. I'd love to meet with you.
What time is that?
We would like, can we get it something?
What time is that?
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, Dustin, followed by Carly Brannon.
All right, good evening. This school year has been nothing short of stressful, with ups and downs, wins and losses. We're very grateful for the presentation on special education 2 board meetings ago and for the acknowledgement to parents and all affected by this year's changes. And we look forward to continuing the work and the newfound collaboration with the Elk Grove Unified School District. I'm here to talk tonight about a few things. the need for special education on the district cabinet, and paraeducators. I am also here in support of the LGBTQ plus community, school librarians, and inclusion for all, despite the opinions of others in the room. Special education services is vital to students in this district, and it is shocking to me that decisions about SPED are made without the input of the director of SPED. In so many surrounding districts, like Courtney just mentioned, SPED is part of the sitting cabinet. Yet Elk Grove does not have that structure. SPED leadership, our leadership, needs a seat at that table when decisions are made about our children's services. Mr. Hoffman, I would love for you to consider adding our SELPA director, Ms. Regali, to your cabinet. With regard to our amazing district paras, EG Speaks is here to support you. Over the past several months, we have seen paraeducators rise to the occasion, in some cases being the only support system our students have had, and doing so with little to no guidance from the site admins, program specialists, or district as a whole. In some cases, not knowing who they report to, how to best support their students, or having their whole world turned upside down due to lack of staffing and constant fluctuations in programs. As of today, they still do not have a plan in place for what next year will look like for them specifically. Rather, hearing rumors of placements, trainings, will they be in one program or moved somewhere else? What is being done about hiring and outsourced paras? These things are not being addressed in a timely manner, and that leaves us, the parents, concerned. We asked the district to provide these paras with a clear plan and provide that plan to parents as well. Many parents are invested in this process as a whole and need the complete scope of how you are providing services to our children. We need transparency, and the paras deserve it. Thank you.
I think I have Carly followed by Nia Wynn.
I believe Nia has left.
Oh, okay. Followed by Rachel Usuri.
Hi, it's me again. Wanted to kind of circle back to a few things that we've heard this evening. I'm really grateful for the sharing of that James Baldwin quote, because it really talks about the paradox of tolerance, which is a very important topic. We, in order to defend tolerance, we must not tolerate intolerance. And when I say that, we need to kind of talk about what does that intolerance mean? Because I am intolerant to those who are intolerant of my basic identity. If their disagreement is rooted in my oppression and the denial of my humanity and right to exist, I must not tolerate that. We cannot demand kindness and tolerance in the face of hatred and bigotry. To do so upholds the values of transphobia, queerphobia, sexism, ableism, and the very thing that all of these isms and phobias are truly rooted in, which is white supremacy. I think it's really interesting that some people in here are talking about being concerned about sexualizing children. Sorry, I'm jumping topics here. People talking about being concerned about sexualizing children when they're showing up to meetings with large printed pictures that include nudity. They're saying very offensive words into this microphone and handing out pornographic content to children at their schools. So kind of weird how they're saying that we're the ones doing that just by saying, let's accept queer and trans people. And to talk about being against bullying, but being here actively bullying queer and trans children using arguments that have absolutely nothing to do with the support of these children. And if we're going to talk Bible verses, I'm going to close out with a Bible verse here, a couple of them. Corinthians chapter 13, verses 1-3. If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels, but do not have love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to the flames so that I may boast, but I do not have love, I gain nothing. Corinthians chapter 13, verse 13. And now these three remain: faith, hope, and love.
Your
But the
time is
greatest
up.
of these is love. Hatred has no place here.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Before the next speaker, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Thank you, sir. Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Motion second. Do we have a second? Take your pick of a second. Ms. Albiani, I guess. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Okay, we have Rachel, followed by Rick Atkinson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'd like to just offer a different perspective. I feel like I didn't address this during the LGBTQ segment because I didn't want it to be presented as if I was attacking that particular group, because that wasn't my intention here today. My intention is just to kind of bring light to some of the some information that I had found. There is a book, and it is called "This Book Is So Gay." Again, this isn't about being gay, and my issue with it is not about being gay. My issue is that it says step by step of how someone would elicit sex on an app. The benefits are obvious: quick and easy and uncomplicated sex. How you would upload your photo, how you could meet someone. How they would actually see, the app would show you where they are so that you could meet up anonymously. And the reason this is so concerning to me is obviously I don't want my children having sex at a young age. I don't find that appropriate, but we need to be aware of where we live, and that is Sacramento County. We're the number 5 on the list of sex trafficking. And I feel that this is opening a door to exposing our children to be exploited by who knows is on the other end of that app. According to the data of national human trafficking from 2015 to 2018, there are potentially 1,000 potential sex trafficking victims were recruited using online services like Facebook, Snapchat, Grindr. This is significant. This is a lot of children being exploited. And I feel like this is a gateway to that. I would, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. In the research that I've done, 75% of the people that have been forced into sex trafficking are Black, 20% are white. Many of them say that this was something that was voluntary, but quickly became involuntary. These people that abuse children know how to manipulate them and take advantage of them. And I feel like having this type of information in a school is really irresponsible. And it's really sickening. We have to protect our children, and telling them that this is okay, that this is an outlet to quick gratification is really putting them up for failure. So I feel like this is actually.
Your time is up.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
For listening to me.
Rick Atkinson, followed by Jess Carlson.
I'm Rick Atkinson. Okay, so this is in regards to the comprehensive sex ed and that, LGBTQ is throughout all of it, and you can't just hold one class because it's throughout all of the teaching. And so let's take the hot topic off of the table, right? So because every time I speak about it, then I'm hateful, or I'm a bigot,
or now I'm a white supremacist. Oh my God. So like, let's think about it this way, okay? So that we can think about it in a way that's logical and we're not talking about the hot topic. Okay, so say nut allergy or tree nut allergy, right? Okay, so that's an issue in a school, right? Okay, but very few kids have it, right? And so there's like at my school, right, where my kids go, there's a table with about 12 kids that like they could sit there because they have a nut allergy, and then that's a nut-free table, right? So there's a solution, right? They don't feel discriminated against or segregated. They gave them a resource and it solved the problem, right? They didn't say, oh, we'll have a nut-free cafeteria and force every kid to not ever get peanut butter and jelly again. You know, so like on the same lines, when I came in here for the informational meeting about this comprehensive sex ed, the question was posed. How many students in EGUSD have this lifestyle or identify this way? And it was acknowledged, only 2%. Well, about 12 kids at the nut-free table is only about 2%. But they didn't force the whole school to change anything just because these kids have a nut allergy. Just like in the same way, like there's only 2%. They didn't change, you shouldn't force an entire school to change your entire curriculum for 2%. Like give them resources, give them counseling, whatever is necessary, but you don't change the entire curriculum and force the other 98% that were comfortably going to school and learning just fine. I'm just so sad because I looking at your faces and like, I think only maybe a couple of you are really even freaking listening, you know, and I really don't, even if you are listening, I don't think you're going to do a damn thing about it. It just breaks my heart because my only choice then is to not participate with your madness. And I'll have to unenroll my kids. And they love that place. They got friends there. It's not right. So like, because I know you're really quick, you're ready to tell me. It's not right.
Thank you. I have Jess Carlson, followed by Rodney Thompson.
Good evening, Board President Chair Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Jess Carlson. I am once again speaking out against the intent to ban books in school libraries in our community. It is disheartening, to say the least, that a select few find it necessary to waste all of our time trying to take our First Amendment rights to read and to access information. I'll start off by stating that bigotry is learned, but it can be unlearned. We are very aware as a community and country that transphobia, homophobia, nationalism, anti-Semitism, and racism are on the rise. The extremists that are here tonight trying to ban books honestly only want one thing: to breed more ignorance-fueled hate by erasing so-called objectionable materials from school libraries. Books that depict a very real and difficult topics our kids are still having to face in modern day America. Books that help students know they are not alone in their everyday struggles. Books that make them feel visible and hopefully no longer ashamed or afraid of who they are. Statistics have proven that bullying of LGBTQ+ and BIPOC kids has greatly amplified with the rise of book bans across our nation. As a mother, it truly breaks my heart when books reflecting my children's and other LGBTQ+ students' identities and experiences are brought up to book banning with hateful rhetoric and out of context passages used only for shock value. It's obvious these right-wing extremists don't even care to take the time to read these books, because if they did, they'd understand how life-altering the situations described in these books are and how difficult it is to overcome on your own. The books are a lifeline to many, Banning them only sends these students the message that there's no one out there to help them, no one out there who understands them and what they're going through, and that they are unwelcome, justly targetable, and erasable. Banning books on LGBTQ plus issues and race impedes the education, personal development, and growth of these students. Students need access to shared lived experiences and the honest truth about our nation's history in order for them to become better human beings and not repeat the same mistakes that people who came before them did. These book bans are no more than a malicious political campaign of erasure. Erasure of our most vulnerable, marginalized, and disadvantaged students, and it must stop. Thank you.
Rodney Thompson, followed by Sabrina DeMarco. Rodney Thompson. Okay, Sabrina DeMarco. Melissa Gentry. Emelina Mendoza. Oh, Melissa. Okay. Followed by Emelina Mendoza.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I've come to speak to you today to advocate for children. It's clear based on what has been shared previously that some material in the school libraries is pornographic. The posters that are back there that were objected by, they're directly from the school books in our libraries in our district. So I thought maybe we need to discuss why children shouldn't be exposed to pornography since it's established that it's there. The American College of Pediatricians has published a strong position statement called The Impact of Pornography on Children. These are a few of the effects referenced and cited in the paper. Pornography exposure at young ages often results in symptoms of anxiety and depression. Children also report feelings of disgust, shock, embarrassment, anger, fear, sadness after viewing pornography. That seems pretty reasonable to me. Children under 12 years old who have viewed pornography are statistically more likely to sexually assault their peers. Children exposed to pornographic material are at a risk for a broad range of maladaptive behaviors and psychopathology. I quote from the paper here. Sexual predators have purposefully exposed young children to pornography for the purpose of grooming the children for sexual exploitation. This is why you have heard comments from outraged parents wondering, who are the groomers producing, buying, and suggesting salacious books to children? Sexual predators like the idea of mass grooming children to slowly overcome their natural boundaries, long before actual abuse occurs. I don't want to ban or burn books. I just don't want obscene, sexually explicit materials available in our school libraries. How can you make context make that better? This is a depiction from a graphic novel of oral sex. You can't, I mean, there's no context that makes that better. I don't want anyone to feel unsafe in school. But there must be a better way to make children feel safe at school than to hand children pornography. I don't see how that makes anyone feel safe, and my children certainly don't feel safe because that's there. I never thought I'd have to worry about nudity in my first grader's library book, and sadly, it's there in the library. As board members, it's your responsibility to protect the children in our district, and we're counting on you to make a difference. We'd love for you to stand up against the indecency. Thank you.
Emelina, followed by Melina Maffey.
Okay, someone says that we're taking things out of context, read the book. Well, I'm gonna read the book as a request from someone in the back. This book is called Jack of Hearts. It is at Laguna Creek High School. And I'm not taking things out of context. I'm reading from the book. Check. How he gets all that DA4G in Hannah Ling's hot tub. It's like his life is a porno. Is it like that for all gay guys? Like when he got fucked by the coach from Hank Book in the locker room during the homecoming game. Home wasn't the only thing that was coming. Oh man, I wish I was a gay boy. I could fuck all the asses and we could go have orgy all the time. I bet Rumor Me doesn't have a history quiz next period, or if he does, he already has an A on it for giving Mr. Davidson a blowjob. There was this senior from another school, and we were drinking and flirting, and eventually we took off together. He got us a hotel room nearby, ordered up champagne to be fancy. Now, before this, I sucked my share of dicks and had plenty of blowjobs, head jobs, and every kind of job, but only butt sex I had was with a junior who was totally in love with my cock, and he's just hopped aboard, and he's taking control then. Total bossy bottom. I pretty much just lay back and enjoy. So as far as I knew, anal was pretty easy, like porno easy. Anyway, so this senior, I'm not naming names, and I having fun, kissing and sucking and 69 and having, you know. I want to fuck the pretty, he said, I want to fuck that pretty little ass of yours. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, I never had that before. He smirked and said, sure, right? I said, no, really? Well, I pay for the hotel, he said, so let's use it. I'll take it easy on you. It was pretty clear he didn't believe I was an anal virgin. So he bends me over the bed and drizzles me with the lube in my ass. I made him a condom, of course, and he starts pushing it in. Oh, wow, that hurts. I tell him to stop. It hurts. And he says, I'll go slower. I say, okay, because he's already in, and I'm thinking, I'm gay, so this is something I have to learn to do. Your time is up. So as you can see, this book is in the library.
Your time is up. I have Melina, followed by Stephanie Burt. Is Melina here? No. Stephanie? Okay. Stephanie is followed by Kristen Higginbottom.
I'm coming tonight to speak to you because I'm concerned about the vulgar and obscene books like this one, which is available in several Elk Grove school libraries, including at least 2 middle schools, Albiani and Edward Harris. Please listen to this excerpt of an incident of incest between a father and his 10-year-old daughter described in this book, identical on page 238, and explain to me the educational relevance. As usual, the smell of wild turkey preceded Daddy. In the bright moonlight, you could see Kaylee cringe in the shallow sleep. Daddy crept through the door to the side of the bed, stood looking down for a very long time before stirring her with a volley of kisses. Cheeks, forehead, lips. Oh, little girl, do you know how beautiful you are? No one was ever as lovely as you, not even your mother when she was a child. I can't believe you're mine. Kaylee, roused at his words, came into the moment, secure in the aura of Daddy's love. She tried to sit up, but Daddy pushed her gently back down against the mattress. Stay just like that for Daddy. I want to teach you something new. He lifted her nightgown, rolled it up over her belly, coaxed her thoroughbred legs apart. She squirmed, a paltry protest. Don't move. Daddy's scarlet face underlined his command. I thought he might smack her, but as quickly as his anger flared, it dissipated. Smoke. Don't be afraid. This won't hurt. You'll like it. I promise. He kissed the length of her torso down to the small naked V. It was only his mouth that night. He didn't even ask her to touch him, prove how much she loved him. Afterwards, she worried. Didn't he want her love anymore? What had she done wrong? And yet he had taught her something new, something awful. First, something wonderful, something every girl should know the joy of, though of course she shouldn't learn it from daddy. At 10, it isn't exactly easy to separate good touch from bad touch, proper love from improper love, doting daddy from perv. I am a mother and an aunt of children in this school district. I am also a taxpayer contributing to these schools. I want all children to be able to enjoy their innocence and receive a quality education. It's insane that we have to come here tonight and implore you to remove the pornographic and vulgar books that are readily available to our children in the library. The ideas and descriptions are so graphic and disgusting. I can't imagine that you're okay with putting these images into the minds of the most vulnerable, our children. Please stop sexualizing our children. You have been entrusted to protect our kids, and I'm sad to say that you are failing. Please, please protect their innocence and remove these books. Thank you.
Okay, Melina? Oh, no. Kristen.
Good evening. I'm usually asleep by now, but I told our school librarian that I would be here tonight and I could not let her down. So my name is Kristen Higginbotham. I'm an English teacher in the school district. I've been teaching for 14 years and I'm a product of Elk Grove Unified School District as well. If you told me 14 years ago when I started teaching that I would be speaking about book bans at a school board meeting, I don't think I would have believed you. It is hard to believe that we are here and we're talking about this. It's incredibly upsetting. And I felt compelled to speak tonight to show support for the incredible librarian at my school who helps every kid who walks in the door find a book that they love. And all the librarians in the district who feel attacked right now. Now, I believe that the community members demanding censorship in our libraries are a vocal but very small minority in our community. Book bans are part of a manufactured culture war that does not accurately reflect what is happening in our schools. For example, the images this group has blown up on signs, distributed on flyers, are from a book that's not in circulation at a single EGUSD library. I find it ironic that they have brought exponentially more visibility to these images that they deem pornographic than they would otherwise would have had. They serve only to provide shock value and instill fear. I implore the board not to take the bait. This is purely about politics and not about the best interest of the diverse student body that I am proud to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Alicia Ramirez, followed by Carrie Smith.
Good evening. My name is Alicia, and I am also a teacher here in the district. One of my former students actually came out to you earlier at this meeting, so thank you very much for hearing her and affirming her identity. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with our schools and our amazing librarians who work hard to make our libraries safe and inclusive spaces for all students. I oppose the banning of books created specifically for young adult readers, despite the fact that a handful of these books are currently being challenged for their depictions of queer sexuality. I agree that when it comes to sexual content, there are books that are not appropriate for young readers. However, many of our secondary school libraries are shared between the middle and the high school, and they should serve all students who use that library. There will certainly be books that may be appropriate for an 11th grader, but not a 7th grader. However, these books should remain on the shelves to be available to the students who are in fact old enough to enter R-rated movies. Regardless, the question of what is and isn't age appropriate is largely subjective, especially at the secondary level. There is no official rating system for books the way that there are for movies and TV shows, which leaves the question of age appropriateness up to the reader's interpretation. Parents absolutely have the right to make this determination and guide their children's reading. But these parents should not be making decisions for other parents' children or the community as a whole. Specifically, a small group of parents should not dictate what books other people's children are allowed to read or have access to. By censoring literature based on its sexual content, we risk stunting our collective understanding of human relationships, sexuality, and the complexities of the human experience. I also wanted to point out that many of the books that have been read aloud today or in past meetings have achieved literary acclaim. Sold is a national book finalist. Push was nominated for the NAACP Image Award for Outstanding Literary Work of Fiction. And Out of the Darkness is a Michael L. Prince honor book. So the claims that these books have no academic value is absolutely asinine. To fixate on a few salacious pages of a book that is otherwise lauded for its literary merits ignores the nuances of a good work of literature, which is meant to reflect the joys and adversities of the human experience. We must embrace the richness and diversity of literature, even if it makes us uncomfortable at times. It is through the exploration of uncomfortable topics that we confront our own biases, broaden our perspectives, and create a more inclusive society. Instead of banning books, we should encourage an open dialogue and provide guidance to readers, particularly parents and educators, to navigate challenging or explicit content. By fostering critical thinking and encouraging responsible consumption, we empower individuals to make informed decisions about the literature that they engage in. Let us defend the right to access diverse ideas and engage in open dialogue, recognizing the power of literature to shape our minds and promote empathy. Perfect timing.
Good job. Thank you. Carrie Smith, followed by Trisha Phillips.
Hi, my name is Carrie Smith. I came here tonight as a parent of 3 children in 3 different schools in this district. So what happens is very important to me. As their mother, I understand them more than anyone else in the world. I know their capacity, their intelligence, their fears, and their concerns. As such, it is my responsibility, along with my spouse, to be the one to help guide them as they learn about intimacy, sexuality, and grow in their understanding and expression of sexual attraction. We have open, clear, frequent, frank, and loving conversations with our children about sexuality and sexual safety. They have been taught that they are loved no matter what, and that we are there for them. As their mother, I want to be very clear that the sexual training of my child is in no way the responsibility of any school, the Elk Grove Unified School District, or any educator or individual or employee. I have appreciated the Elk Grove Unified School District has historically given parents the right to review sexual education materials and given parents the right to opt their child in or out. Thank you. That policy shows respect for the many different strong opinions around this sensitive topic. However, by housing and therefore providing sexually explicit training books in Elk Grove Unified School District textbooks, libraries, or classrooms that include obscene and risky material, Elk Grove Unified School District is removing that parental right from me. I'm not willing to relinquish that right. Not only is it wrong to disrespect my parental rights, it is illegal to promote materials that put my kids at risk. And adding insult to injury would be if the school board fails to act and then spends my money on defending against lawsuits or paying out settlements to families. But worst of all is the child that follows the instructions of that hookup app and ends up raped, tortured, trafficked, or killed. Are you really willing to be the one that has that on your shoulders? How is that protecting our children? How is that keeping them safe? But as I've sat here tonight, I'm extremely frustrated by the comments and memos that claim that wanting to be the one to guide my child through such an important topic as their sexuality would somehow mean that I was trying to hurt other people or be insensitive to their pain. That is simply dishonest rhetoric. Wanting to not have my children reading sexually explicit training books at school does not mean that I do not care deeply about the children of the district and their pain. As a caring person, I do not want any child to feel bullied, unsafe, or unloved. That is simply not okay. Not only do many LGBTQ friends of mine and family know that I love them and honor them, they do the same for me. In turn, I don't want my children indoctrinated, and I don't want theirs to have to be. I strongly reject the idea that we need to meet each other with hate and derision. So with that said, why are we approaching the topic this way? Can't we come together, represent differing views, and work together for a cooperative solution?
Your time is up.
I believe we can.
Trisha Phillips, followed by Elise George.
Hello, my name is Trisha Phillips. I have lived in Elk Grove for 20 years. My family's from the Bay Area, but we moved here on the recommendation of an aunt who said the Elk Grove School District was one of the best. And so we raised our son here. We moved here when he was elementary. So he went through Pinkerton. As a junior high, he was in Donner for elementary. He graduated from Cosumnes Oaks High School. He went on to become a U.S. Marine, and he is now a veteran. I was involved when he was in school in the PTA and going to field trips and being in the school. So I have loved the Elk Grove School District. Last meeting was the first time I have ever come to one, and I was just appalled at the literature that we're allowing in, because as was brought up before, sex trafficking and pedophilia is on the rise on a nationwide level. And I'm part of a ministry called Pray California. I'm on the board for 12 years. We pray for you. We pray for the Elk Grove School District. We pray for Gavin Newsom. We pray for this state. And we have yearly conferences, and there's different ministries and nonprofits that are there for people who have been sex trafficked and have been rescued. And so hearing a story of a father raping a child, an advocate that I know named Liz, she was raped by her father, sold to her uncle, and was given away. And she was raped for 13 years of her life. She now stands for those who have been rescued out of trafficking. And was stated before that books are doors and gates to open up. And when we're exposing our children to this sexually explicit content, we are desensitizing them to even have that blur that boundary line between consent and non-consent. And the testimonies I have heard of adults that have been raped by a family member or sodomized by a teacher, they have had mental problems, physical problems that follow them their entire lives. And if we truly love our children, why are we not protecting them? God gives us children to raise and to love and to protect. And we're not doing that in the school district. My son is now married. I don't have grandbabies yet. I'm looking forward to that day. But even he tells me, Mom, if things don't change, he goes, I don't want them in the school district that he graduated from. He goes, can you help? I would like them to be homeschooled. So why are we not protecting our children, our most precious resource that God has given to us? And I'm going to read a quote from an author, Ian Clayton. Everything I am beholding, I become a gateway for, both good and bad.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Elise George, followed by Michelle Ford.
I can't even believe that I have to come here and talk to adults about what's in our schools and even debate and think that you're not as offended as we are. But first off, we are here not because of hate, but because of love. The love that we have for our children and for the future of all the children. And let me ask, what is your intention with leaving these books in the hands of elementary, middle school, and high school? You each individually should be striving to make children's education a priority, an education that will provide kids with a bright future, rich in knowledge that they need to grow. Education that promotes lifelong learners. The fact that we are here having to tell you about pornographic books in our school libraries and to fight to get them out is ridiculous. You should be holding a high standard and working with parents to bring education to kids. They count on you to do your job. I'm sure you have not read these books. Have any of you read these books? Well, let me go ahead and read some for you. So if you have children, you might want to turn this off. This is also from Jack of Hearts, and it's in Laguna Creek High School. It's hard for me to read, and it's hard for people to hear. And it just shouldn't be available for kids. But if you want to role play with a partner who says, please don't hurt me, but has told you beforehand exactly what they're into and has a safe word for you for when you go too far, then that's perfectly fine. Kinky, BDSM, sex can be fun. I've never gone quite as far as you want to, but I've used handcuffs, blindfolds, engaged in some light spanking, and oh no, please don't hurt me role play. The most intense I got with a guy I met on Grindr. He was a bit older, but I didn't ask how much older. Before we met up, we talked about what we wanted to do and what we liked and didn't. We set boundaries. Then we met up. He tied me to the bed and blindfolded me and I pretended I had woken up like that and didn't know what was happening. That was his fantasy, and I was pretty into it. He told me beforehand to use a traffic light system, which I didn't know about, but
Your time is up. Thank you.
and the little group that you call.
I have, your time is up.
Are gonna
Your
be
time is
here.
up. I have Michelle Ford, followed by Brenda Ross.
Michelle still here?
Are you Michelle or are you Brenda? Brenda. Okay.
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 Michelle's gone.
Brenda, and then followed by Heather Delphs.
I commend you all for listening to us all so long. I don't know if I would be able to do it. But so much of what was said tonight, I agree with. When it comes to recognizing what's happening to our children, the sexualizing of our children, there is a difference. Somebody brought this up earlier. There is a difference between gender and sexuality. And I think that's exactly what I would want to address here tonight, is the extent to which our district, I can't speak for, I don't know what other districts are like, other school districts, but it's become made apparent to me that Elk Grove has really gone a lot farther than I ever would have imagined. I came to this community 30 years ago. My husband and I came to a point where we were deciding whether we wanted to stay in Elk Grove with our young children as they started school, or if we were going to move back to Sacramento. Just around the corner at the Williamson Post Office, I was there one evening. There was a lobby full of people at 5 o'clock, and I looked around me and I literally said to myself, am I the only white chick in this room? There were so many people representing other ethnicities, speaking other languages. And I went home that night and I told my husband, I said, I want to stay here in Elk Grove because I want my children to not be afraid. I want them to expect and enjoy being around people that don't look like them, that don't act like them, be at homes where they eat different food, they celebrate different holidays. That's what I want. And we've been here, they've graduated and they're in their 20s now, but I'm very proud of them that their best friends were all people of other origins, other sexual premonitions, and it so much is a terrific school district. But what I'm fearful of is what's happening here. I mean, it's not surprising for me to see that we are number 7 in the diversity. What I'm fearful of that's going to happen if this continues with the material that's being brought forward, people are going to pull their kids. I would not have them in the Elk Grove School District right now, knowing what's going on with the materials that are being passed out. I would homeschool. So if you want to have that number 7 status, we really need to reevaluate where we're going with the materials that are being allowed in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Delps, followed by Al Boone. Al left, okay. Followed by Callie Belps. She left as well. Followed by Emma Havers.
She left.
Okay, you're it. You're the end.
You're the closer, no pressure.
Boy. Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us. I think there's a couple of things that most of us agree on, and some of these things were said tonight. I personally agree that the dignity and worth of LGBTQ plus students is of utmost importance. I also believe that the dignity and worth of all students is of utmost importance. That's why I'm concerned about inappropriate books in our school libraries. The books we have blown pictures up from are in Elk Grove Unified School District libraries. Somebody stated they're not. We have confirmed that they are. That was not true. So somebody said something about so-called objectionable material. Yeah, I think most of us agree that it's objectionable. Tell them what you want them to do that doesn't involve their hard cock. Once they get their heads off their flagging hard-ons, they usually return, in my experience. When I lose my erection, it's even happened to me. I just focus on pleasuring the other guy. It usually comes back after a bit. And now, since you've made it through talking and erections, finally some blowjob tips. Use your lungs to suck, not your lips to pull. You're not trying to yank the dick off with your mouth. You're trying to make it feel good. Use your tongue lots of different ways. Ask him what works as you're trying them. Bottom is when you receive anal sex and top is when you give it. Penetrate. Both really craving some cock in your ass, either take turns or grab a double-headed dildo. I just don't understand what we're even debating. Like I said last time I was here 2 weeks ago, can we all agree that there's a line? I think we all would agree there's a line. We just all have to define where that line is. We've read things that are obscene, vulgar, objectionable, and people here tonight disagree that that's obscene, vulgar, objectionable. I can't wrap my head around that, and I would hope that most of you, if not all of you, would agree that it's inappropriate for our children. We all agree there's a line. We don't have XXX magazines in the libraries. We don't have certain books in our libraries. We just have to decide where that line is. I would hope that you guys are discussing this amongst each other, amongst yourselves, and we just beg you to help protect the innocence of our children. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is the end of the blue cards for items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment for items not on the agenda. Our next item is consent agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for the consent agenda? It is. I think it may be too far. Better?
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for the consent agenda?
We have one blue card for consent agenda item 30.
Okay, go ahead.
Heidi Moore.
The reason that I'm commenting about item number 30 is there's no information on it at all, no link, no description, no reference to if it was introduced to parents. I think that's unacceptable. The district continues to show lack of transparency. They did this, I believe, last month or the meeting before where there was no link. It was also done with the sex ed where there was only an outline of the link on the link. So we need transparency. You can't even say this is public. This was made public when you passed it if you didn't make the information public to parents.
So I'm asking that it be pulled so you can prove that you want to be transparent to parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the end of the blue cards for this item.
With that, I'm going to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 31 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'd like to discuss item 30.
Would you like to pull item 30?
Yes.
Okay, do we have an amended motion
So moved.
and seconded?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye for the
Aye.
approval of, sorry, I have to
Sorry.
amend it. 1 through 31 with the exception of 30.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Those items are approved. Go ahead, Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. Earlier tonight, when I spoke about the fact that one of my responsibilities and something that I hold very dearly to is the fact that I represent the constituents. And when I say constituents, I represent everyone, irrespective of what their thoughts and beliefs are. And as such, I have been open for the last 9 years to listening to a wide variety of opinions. And I provide support to the extent that I can. Sometimes the results are pleasing to the people, other times not. With respect to item 30, I have had communication to ask for removal from the agenda. I have had communication that has said to me, it's really not a big deal. Go ahead and approve it. In our recent California School Boards Association, California School News, in reviewing parental rights with education codes 51100 and 51102, it states that it's essential to our democratic form of government that parents and guardians of school-age children attending public schools and other citizens participate in improving public education institutions. The parents and guardians of pupils enrolled in public schools have the right and should have the opportunity as mutually supportive and respectful partners in the education of their children to be informed by the school, which includes the right to review the curriculum. Those are pretty poignant words. The notification that this item was going to come to the board 4 days prior to it coming to the board, to me, doesn't constitute being informed. Parents can only be partners when we have transparency. When parents are welcomed into the process, then we have an environment which can be mutually supportive. We've had a lot of discussion over the last couple months with respect to library books in our schools, and Jen Avey and Mark Cerruti are working on review and revision of policies that will have input by parents. I have raised the question and awaiting an answer with respect to the board's involvement, because as the process is currently stated, even though the concerns have been brought forward to this board will have no part in making a decision with respect to how library books are approved. One thing I've also learned in the last 9 years is that in order to be an effective leader, that sometimes you have to compromise, even if the compromise goes against what you think should be.
So Fracina, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure that we stick to this particular
Right,
item and
and
not get into a broader
Right,
discussion.
I'm right there. I'm concluding. In the spirit of compromise, I was going to go ahead and not request a removal of the item on the basis that in discussion, I understood and accepted that we needed to review process and that in fact we would do that. We would move forward to look at current policy. I take my word very seriously. But having listened to so much, I will have to vote no tonight on that item. I understand my vote's not going to make any difference. It'll be a 5-1 vote. But we can't continually talk about transparency and inclusion and then take actions that are neither. That's false. And so I will vote no. Thank you.
Mr. Fracina, can I just ask a clarifying question here? I looked at the item, I went through the public website. I don't know what links people were looking for, but it's for instructional materials, right? They're all named and it's very clear about what it is. There's 2 books. One of them is a National Book Awards finalist, the nuanced narrative about the Japanese American experience during World War II. Another one is described as a luminous debut novel about finding oneself through family history, art, bravery, and love. The other 2 are supplemental materials, a basic life support manual, and the Screenagers Project, which is a film that the district has been screening for several years. And I hear it really does a great job of sparking conversations about how to keep your kids safe from what they encounter on social media and on the internet. So what is your objection to what is actually in this item?
Process.
Okay, all right.
I've been talking about that for 6 months now. Process.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a really quick question?
Excuse me, this is time for board conversation and discussion. Please don't interrupt.
Are these, Mr. Superintendent, are these part of curriculum? Have these been approved through curriculum already?
So these have gone through the board approved adoption process with regards to instructional materials. It's the board adopted board guidance that staff is working with and working with full faith that they're carrying out the duties that they've been charged with carrying out, and they've run through this proper steering committees and have been vetted and being brought forward to the board for consideration.
Great. So this is really just buying books that we've already pretty much approved.
We've gone through the process to identify that these are materials that will benefit our kids. We had the conversation and I am open to additional ideas, that I actually did speak with Mr. Porcina about, and I had a chance to talk with one or two other board members as we're prepping for the meeting.
But now
we
we
did-
have to call you, sir, about the fact that we can't talk about process because that's not what this item is about and we'd be violating the Brown Act. So.
Okay, it was just the book, the materials have gone through the process as the process has been given to us by the board. And they are quality materials that we need to, that I would ask the board to approve so we can purchase them and move on with teaching our kids.
Great. That was my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Questions, comments? Okay, so just wanted to clarify that there's nothing in this item that affects said process. This is not a process item. It's just, buying 4 things. Okay, so do we have a motion on item 30 in the consent agenda?
I move item 30.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show we
Oh.
have just one, right? Just one. Okay, one no vote. Measure is approved. Thank you. So folks, we are almost at our limit that we will probably have to extend of 11 p.m. Given the lateness, we are going to move our reports. The May revision update will either get that as a board policy, a board communication, or it will be moved to the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, the materials so we were just gonna run through it. We received the information on Friday, so it's a very quick turnaround. We'll be meeting with school services and getting a more detailed report, and we'll do a follow-up piece with the board with regards to that. But the next meeting we're doing is actually bringing the budget to the board but that work's already underway. The May revision is just another step in the process.
Yeah. The other item we are going to have to move into our next meeting is the A through G completion improvement grant plans. So that's our June 13th meeting. I don't want to unwittingly skip bargaining units. Do we have any bargaining units wishing to address the board? Okay, thank you for hanging with us. That takes us to action items. First up, our series 2023 bonds, consideration of a resolution providing for the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds, election of 2016, series 2023 of the Elk Grove Unified School District in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $132,400,000. This is a continuation of the conversation that we had at our last meeting, folks. So last time we had a presentation, opportunity to ask a lot of questions. Today is when we would actually put that plan into action. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
We have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, take it away.
I think you summarized it really well. It just is a continuation from last week's meeting and just asking the board to consider. So moving approval for the issuance and sale of the general obligation bonds.
Okay. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt a resolution number 81, providing for the issuance of the bonds and delivery of a delivery of related bond and disclosure documents.
Move approval of resolution 81.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved unanimously. Next is consideration and approval of Chief Financial Officer's employment agreement. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this?
We have
item?
no blue cards for this item.
Lovely. Mr. Singh, go right ahead.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to bring the contract for considering approval for the Chief Financial Officer's employment agreement. The verbal summary prior to the approval of employment agreement is in relation to California Government Code Section 54953, Part C, Subpart 3, requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to the final board action on certain employment agreements. The proposed agreement is for the following: Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Amari Watkins, and it contains the following material terms. Number one, the term of the proposed employment agreement with Ms. Mary Watkins for the Chief Financial Officer position shall begin on May 16th, 2023, and shall continue through June 30th, 2026. Number two, compensation. The following constitutes the employee's base annual salary effective May 16th, 2023. The Chief Financial Officer shall begin on steps 6 and 7 on the Chief Financial Officer's salary schedule. Effective beginning May 16th, 2023, the base annual salary at step 6 and 7 shall be $194,400, which shall be prorated for the fiscal year based upon the May 16th, 2023 start date. Number three, one-time compensation effective July 1, 2023, and calculated based on the 2023-2024 school year salary schedule. The Chief Financial Officer shall receive a one-time off-schedule payment of 2%. To be eligible for this one-time payment, the CFO must be in paid status with the district on September 30th, 2023. Benefits, the Chief Financial Officer will receive the same health and welfare benefits and retiree benefits as district certificated management employees, as those benefits may change from time to time. Number five, vacation, sick leave, and holidays. The Chief Financial Officer shall be entitled to the same vacation, sick leave, and holidays as are provided to the certificated management personnel. Number six, travel. The Chief Financial Officer shall receive $100 per month for travel within the district's boundaries, irrespective of the number of miles traveled on district business and general business expenses that she incurs in the official performance of Chief Financial Officer duties and responsibilities. Number seven, the work year. The Chief Financial Officer's certificated management work year shall be 246 days. Number eight, duties. The Chief Financial Officer's duties shall be in accordance with the policies adopted by the board and regulations and rules of the Board of Education. The Chief Financial Officer shall perform such duties and assume such responsibilities as are contained in the Chief Financial Officer's job description and/or as designated by the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. This concludes the summary of the employment agreement for the Chief Financial Officer, and a complete copy of the agreement is available from the district office upon request. With that, I will ask the board to consider and approve the Chief Financial Officer's employment agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the Chief Financial Officer's employment agreement.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. In 2 minutes, board member and superintendent reports. Looking around. All right, Mr. Fortuna, go ahead.
Yeah, last, excuse me. Last week, Chris and I met with City of Rancho Cordova, and we had a single agenda item, and that agenda item was the status of the middle and high school out in the Rancho Cordova area. We shared, we being Don, Carrie, Mayonley, and I, we shared with the city people the results of the meeting that we held with the coalition from Rancho Cordova, which is numbering in 400 now. And we shared that the disposition of that meeting was such that after 2 hours, we concluded our meeting with the agreement that the coalition is going to meet without any of us for the purpose of reviewing the answers to their questions and reviewing any additional questions they might have. And after that is done, then they will be requesting a joint meeting between the coalition, the city, and the school district for the purpose of examining all of the issues that remain around when we would build a new school. One of the problems that was certainly shared with the coalition, and it's one we can't do anything about, no one can do anything about, and it's the lack of children. We look at 2,000 kids for our high schools, we've got 150. We look at 1,200 for our middle school, we got 343 or something like that. So It was, like I say, it was an update meeting. As always, love working with Rancho Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Anything to add on that or any other matters, Mr. Superintendent?
Nope, I'm good tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that we've been doing a tremendous amount of board subcommittee work, but I think we've reported back on just about all of it now. So hence the need.
I did have a meeting for the land recognition and the student bill of rights, and I think both went very well.
And they'll be
Coming back.
coming soon to the board.
I appreciate the public that we're working with.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, consideration of future agenda items.
Yes, I have one.
So we need to extend the meeting again, sir?
No, I'll be done quickly.
All
I'll have my words limited. We have had continued discussions on a variety of subjects with respect to parent rights. And we've talked about district rights. What I would like to ask for a future agenda item, in the spirit of moral clarity, is that we have a report that reviews existing ed code and existing federal judge decisions that specify parental rights in the education of their children.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, sir. I'm not hearing a second, so measure dice for lack of a second.
Yeah, thank you. I'm used to my motions not getting seconds.
Okay. Thank you all. I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 11:02 PM. Please get home safely.